else? Anyone on Zoom? No one on Zoom. So not seeing or hearing anyone else, we'll continue on with that and close that part of it. Reports from committees, commissions, and boards. Vice Chairman Fari.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The chairman of the various committees within the county normally meet with the county exec and staff during the month of August to review their department's budget. Apparently, we're not doing that this year. So I would suggest as an option, the chairman might want to put it on their next committee meeting agenda and have the department head explain their budget to the committee. That way all the committees are advised as to what the budget will be. Thank you.
Thank you. Supervisor Powers.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Supervisor Ponzer cannot get on his iPad, and the IT lady can't help him. Could you turn on his microphone to speak? I'm done. Thank you.
Oh, it's just my turn. I will when I get to him. Supervisor Hran.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just want to let everybody know that in Neenah, on the 16th of September, they are having a powwow. The Neenah Menasha Intertribal Powwow is happening at Shattuck Park on the 16th of September. Thank you.
Thank you. Supervisor Ponzer.
Your turn.
7. Yes, I just want to bring up that I have talked about these drawers, and I talked with Judge Basilier, and she was going to talk to the Sheriff's Department. I don't know what's going to come out of it, but if there's anybody that can, on a committee or anything, that can help us get the keys, that would give us a little bit more room. Thank you.
Supervisor Bender.
I'd just like to say that if anybody hasn't toured the Christine Ann Center, I know they sent us all an email. I did take the tour, and it was very informational, and I would encourage any supervisor that hasn't to tour it. That new building is pretty awesome. It's got like 22 apartments in there, and it would be a great opportunity for them to really help the community. So if you haven't had a chance to tour it, I would encourage you to make time and tour that building.
Thank you. Not seeing any other lights. County Board Chairman report. We have several that are missing tonight besides the Dunlaps, which sorry to hear so much about the accident. I'm quite sure you all, our lady here, she went ahead and she sent one out for myself and also for the county executive to explain what's happened. A girl ran the stoplight in Fond du Lac County, and the two got killed, and I don't know how the girl is, but however she is, it's going to be terrible if she's alive for her for the rest of her life. So keep her in your hearts also. In the Dunlap family, there's a girl with special needs there, plus another daughter and that in the family. So please keep them all in your hearts. And the county executive also asked for you all to remember them. The county executive is not here tonight. He threw out his back and he had to go to see if he could get that in place, but I think a lot of it he's had a lot on his mind. He was out at the highway department this morning at 6 o'clock, meeting with all the people to go over it, and he was, I believe, even at the accident, but he was met with the family, so he's had a lot on his mind besides, but, so, he asked that he be excused tonight, so. And another one that, well, it should be on. It's on. All right, and and then we got Supervisor Gordon, Belleville, Ellenberger, which I've asked to be excused, and also Supervisor Albrecht. And I'm going to say a few words about Supervisor Albrecht tonight in case some of you didn't know. He has got cancer, and he's got it in his kidneys, and so it's going to however, he started treatments and that, and now 2 weeks now, I believe, Julie. It's been about 2 weeks. I talked to him the other day when I called him to tell about the Dunlaps being in the accident and that, and he actually did sound pretty good, probably better than I talked to him 2 weeks ago. So, but he asked that if he wasn't here, that I tell you all about it, because it's pretty hard for him yet to take hold of it and grasp and realize what's going to happen or whatever. But, so if you see him, just talk to him regularly. He likes to chat but remember him in your prayers too. And I know some of you other ones have had some hard times in the family throughout this last month already between cancer and other things. So keep us all in our hearts and keep thinking about everybody, because it's a long road to hoe. So, but we'll make it. Other than that, we have a lot of things, not a lot, but a few things that we cover that are going to be big things tonight. And what I ask is that we get our questions and answers out. I'm going to try to keep everyone to their 2 minutes, just like always. But if it goes over a little bit, I'm going to let it go over, because I'd like to have the questions and answers done tonight. So when we get to 2 weeks, when it comes time to vote, we don't have to go back through all this. So I'd like to get a lot of that done tonight, being that there's not as much on the agenda. So like I said, so if some of it goes over 2 minutes, don't everybody start looking up at the clocks and this and that and looking at me. And it's, I've already talked to the clerk and I said, if it's making sense and they're asking good questions, just look at me and we'll go ahead and we'll let them keep talking. So I would really like to have this get through and have a good discussion and everything, because they're all very important. All three of the things that we have, and that's why we've only put on these three, because we know they're going to be long questions, a lot of questions, and hopefully we can get to the bottom of all these. And remember, when they're all said and done, not tonight, but in 2 weeks when we have our voting and this and that, whatever the vote is, whether you're for it or against it, vote and keep all of us our heads held high, and remember, where the majority wins. Don't be stabbing each other in the back and say, geez, that's the way it is. That's the name of the game, whether you're playing politics or whatever. We all should be on one side once it's all over and done with. So, okay, now I'll get off my soapbox here and so you can all get in the others. First presenter tonight will be of a final report to all submittal projects. Submission requests from the Spirit Fund will be Beth Oswald, President and CEO of the Oshkosh United Way. Beth is a member of the Spirit Fund Committee. Although she had nothing to do with this, she was kind of appointed to go ahead and head this up. Then she went out and got some other people beyond the Spirit Fund. So what she's coming forth tonight, I don't want to steal her thunder, but she got some awful good people beyond the Spirit Fund to help her go ahead and do that. And the people that she told us that she got, we couldn't believe that would even take the time and go ahead and do their time for us. So, Beth?
Microphone on. Okay, I can hear myself now. Just point of clarification. So will there be questions coming?
Yes.
There might be questions. Okay,
It will
good.
be for you. I would just soon, unless there's some really questions you need right that minute, I just soon all the questions be held until the end, and then she can get through her presentation, if that's the way you'd like to do it. However you'd like to do it, Beth. It's your presentation.
If there's something pressing, raise your hand. That's fine.
Okay.
Sure.
All right.
So, thank you. I wanted to make sure to bring this presentation forward, to show really the methodology on how. Now it's, do I have to talk right? Nobody wants to hear my voice. That.
It's kind of a funny mic. You touch this right and it'll go off, so.
So can I recommend ARPA funding for new microphones? Sorry.
That might be one.
Maybe
so.
too soon. Okay. So I know there's a lot of emotion involved with 33 million and the magnitude of what it can do, but really our goal was really to reduce any kind of bias and emotion in the decision-making process and create somewhat of a rubric to kind of objectively measure and provide indicators for what the commission felt success would look like in spending this money. So I'll take you back. Originally, way back, I think in March-ish, or even maybe prior to that, we had presented the money to be spent in separate categories. So in March, April, it was determined that there'd be two categories. The money would be split 50-50 between county government projects and county identified, or government identified community projects.
If you can't see it up here, that there's a PR on all of your desks. Follow right along. She's got it all put together here.
So our challenge was, without the county having a strategic plan, it was really hard to have any point of reference on kind of the guidelines on what we should be looking at to spend this money. So for the Spirit Commission to try to determine how and where to spend the money, we kind of just started systematically presenting to you suggestions on sort of a framework on how we'd spend the money. So all of this information is the information that's on the county website on the left-hand side under Spirit. So this is all just strictly taken from the county website. So this was the planning document that I think John and his office put together for suggestions on how funding could be spent or on how the money could be divided up between projects. So under the county government projects, so far there's 13 million is still available. So the highlighted projects, I know it's probably hard in the back, but those highlighted projects are the projects that have been appropriated. So you had voted that these are the projects to spend some of that money. And then the government identified projects, there's 9.6 million still available. And again, the highlighted are the projects that have been appropriated previously. So without really a strategic framework, we wanted to ensure we understood kind of the needs throughout the county as a whole before making kind of one-off funding recommendations. And to add to that challenge, we heard a resounding yes, fund community programs, and no, do not fund community programs. So that's why we took kind of a step back and asked the communities, just in general, to share what they might be considering for Spirit funding. So we developed a project survey to evaluate all active and potential projects that were serving residents in Winnebago County. And I, for brevity, tried to put it all on the screen for you to be able to see. So we just asked some basic questions: the name of the organization that's leading, the director, the person that's completing, the type of organization. Is it just a community member? Which we had some of those submissions. Hey, I'm Janet. I think it'd be cool to update the trains or the whatever at Menominee Park. But we wanted to give the community the opportunity to also voice what they think could be done with this money as maybe project ideas that some had never thought of before. Questions included: does the organization conduct a third-party audit? Describe the scope of project. Our funding request: who's leading the project? Where's the primary location? How many individuals? What areas of Winnebago County will the project serve? Describe the lasting impact. In what stage is the project? So that was a drop down intentionally to make sure that, so we could categorize by specific, so people couldn't just put in sort of a random answer. Total cost of the project, and then the amount that they were requesting. Other than Spirit funding, how would this be funded? Is completion dependent upon receiving the full amount requested? Has the organization received any government funding in the last 2 years? What portion will be government funded? Who will be responsible for ongoing maintenance? And then if the project will increase operating expenses, how will that be maintained? So we were very intentional on these questions because we wanted to ensure that the person submitting their request was actually the person who was in charge of the project. So it wasn't Janet saying, yes, we need trains, and now we're going to Janet for more questions, and Janet isn't a part of it. I just made that up, but. So we knew specifically who was in charge and that these were thought-out projects. We wanted to make sure that the requesting org was financially sound. That's why the question about the third-party audit, we wanted to make sure that their financials were being reviewed by someone other than maybe just internally. We did ask if they received government funding in the past, and that was really to make sure that the organizations that were considering funding knew how to fill out and report for government funding, because it's a very different bird than reporting to a community foundation or donors. So a lot of that thought was the reason for a lot of these questions. We wanted to ensure that Spirit would not be the only funding source, that this was some type of match, or that they had other support outside in the community. We also wanted to identify any organizations that were currently partnering or contracted through Winnebago County for certain services, and that those who were requesting funding, we know that when you, like Christine Ann, for example, they're going from a smaller building to a larger building. Of course, that's going to increase the operational budget on an ongoing. So do they have a plan? Do they recognize that it's going to increase the operational budget? And do they have a plan, and what is that plan? Just to make sure, because we want to make sure that the funds that we, as the Spirit Commission, recommend, that those projects are going to go on forever, or for a long, long time. So the goal of the survey really was to capture projects that fell under the overarching requirements listed in this framework document. So this framework document is a much longer document, but I figured it'd be too hard to see on the screen. Again, it's on the website. It talks about the overarching requirements, the type of projects that would be considered for funding. So the citizen panel that was reviewing the projects used these 4 criteria. Is the project a legacy type project? Is it a one-time funding? Does it have a geographical assortment? And then the enhanced funding opportunities. So would it be used as a match, or would there be other funding opportunities? So we created just a real simple methodology. We had a 4-person citizen panel. That's who I worked with to try to find. So it was intentional that these individuals would not be on boards or hired or be really connected to any of the programs that would be funded. And then they would represent kind of the 4 corners of Winnebago County. So we had someone who was from the Neenah-Menasha area. We had somebody who was from the Winneconne, kind of representing that out west. We had an Oshkosh person, and then Black Wolf, Southsider. And we did that because we wanted to make sure that the projects weren't centrally located, and in those conversations it was, hey, does so-and-so, did they apply? No, we didn't know that was a thing. So the 4 of us then could make sure that individuals or programs or local governments that hadn't applied for funding knew that this was available, and to encourage them to fill out the survey. So basically, the surveys came in through the county. So the executive's office was monitoring the survey. They were monitoring that Spirit email. Everything went through the county executive's office. Sorry, I lost my, oh yeah. So then every week I would just message the IT department, ask them to download the survey of the questions that were submitted, or the surveys that were submitted for that week. And then the 4 panels went through and just, is this a legacy project? Is it the one-time funding? Is it geographically, does it stay within Winnebago County? And is there other funding that's available? And that's simply what we did. Yes, yes, no, to be determined, unclear, and just marked things like that. So we heard you. I mean, even though I don't physically attend, I watch all of these meetings, and I hear the continuing, get this money out, we need this money to be spent. So we're trying to balance the, yes, we need to get this money out and spent, but we want to make a very specific and well thought out, educated decisions on how to spend this money. So the citizens panel said we will meet every week to go through these projects. So, but there's the requirement that Mary Ann makes sure that we follow. Some of you wanted it to be open meetings. We didn't have a problem with that, but because we are all volunteer, we just did not have the time to every week send updated information on exactly what we were presenting, which is why we just then met the minimum requirement of here's the agenda, here's the things that we're going to talk about. But a lot of the projects changed hour by hour, day by day. Spirit would be getting an email saying, hey, this has changed. Hey, I applied for this, but now I want to go to this. So for us to avoid confusion, we thought it was more prudent to just let us go through this process and then come back and present to you on all the projects that were reported or that were brought to us. So we received a total of 78 requests. We broke them down between community requests and local government requests, so from cities, towns, villages. Here's my disclaimer. What is being presented next is strictly based on the information that was provided in the requests. So this is just for full transparency. So you, the board, understands the process and the information that was provided. All requests were done through the county created and monitored Spirit emails, so all requests could be just funneled in one location and they'd be housed with the county. Each week, the county IT department provided me with a spreadsheet of the completed surveys that were downloaded directly from the survey, and that's what was brought to the citizen review meetings for evaluation. So the citizen review panel then took all those requests and evaluated them really at face value. So this information should not be construed as I am making any suggestions or recommendations on funding. That is not what I'm doing. I'm just presenting the information. So should the Spirit Commission direct the citizen review panel to offer guidance, then we would go back to whatever programs the Spirit Commission determines and request additional information so we can really make educated recommendations. We wanted to be cognizant that we were asking local governments and communities and nonprofit organizations to be filling out quasi-grant application, but we didn't want to put all the needed information. We didn't want them to have to fill out budgets and send over financials if there was no way that they were going to be funded. So that's why we did this first step, to just get really an overview of what they were looking for and some pertinent information. And if we get the okay to move forward, then we will go back and ask other financial and structural and organizational questions. So you should all have, and of course I didn't bring it with me, hang on. In your packet, you have this big bad boy that's multiple pages, two-sided, and this is every single project that came through. So because it's so teeny tiny and there's a lot of information on it, I broke it down between community projects, so it looks like this. So the blue header. So basically this on the screen mimics, it's just a very shortened version of this. So here's a synopsis of, on that first page that you see blue, the blue projects are the projects that fit those 4 criteria. It was a one-time funding request, it had a legacy, it, dang it. Oh, it had matching funds or funds from other, and it fit within Winnebago County and served the residents of Winnebago County. So those are all the projects. Just below that, the next category is purple, which I also have on here. So those highlighted in purple are the projects that would be quick to finish, because I know there's a time limit on when we want this money spent. So then we pulled out just the projects that would be quick because they are in the process of implementing. It's not in the research phase anymore. So everything that fit those 4-point criteria comes to a little over 5 million. The ones that are quick to implement are at 3.6 million. Now you'll see some of them, the numbers are red. That's really just a marker for our group. We put some parameters around that the request should be no more than 500,000. If they were, it had to have a really strong statement on why they needed extra funding. I think one of the projects up here, it's about 90% of their total cost for the project. So those are just some markers for us to go back and ask even more questions on why they feel they deserve more than 500,000, or why are they asking for 90% of their projects. So this would be on that page 2 of that same packet. So the projects in yellow are the community requests that we needed more information to determine if they fit. They gave some general overview of maybe their program or their services, but they never put, we need money for X. So those we deemed as yellow because a lot of those felt like they were asking for programming, which didn't feel like it fit under the category of really that one-time funding. So those are the ones that we marked as yellow. So there are 5 projects that are not on that sheet because those are the projects that we deemed didn't fit any of the criteria. So those are the ones listed up here, and they are in that one massive portfolio of all the projects. So Boys and Girls Club, they had 2 asks, but both for the capital campaign. We felt it was really a duplicate ask. They were asking for programming. The Sawdust Lofts, it sounded like they were looking for an equity partner because they were looking to build 25 loft-style houses, but we made the caveat that it could be moved to a yellow or even maybe a green if increasing the housing stock is the determination for the priority of where this funding goes. Community Clothes Closet was one that it felt like a really short-term immediate need. They just needed more stock on hand. Apricity, which is the mooring project, that was another one that felt programmatic. It could be moved into a different category if AODA, alcohol and other drugs addiction, were considered a priority, and Pillars is another one that was looking for programmatic that didn't fit at first glance on those 4-point projects. So those are the ones that we did not deem to be a fit. So at the end, the last, bottom of page 2 and 3 of this community's projects are projects that have a county function. So those are, you'll see some are yellow, green, red. So some did not fit the 4-point criteria. However, they get funding or they're a partner from Winnebago County. So if the determination would be to fund only partners that already have a contract or have a partnership with Winnebago County because they serve a function or they provide a service, then those are these projects. Now, again, things move so quickly. So last Thursday, there is one extra project on here, and it's the Fox Valley Data Exchange. So the number up here, 2.426650, is different from what you have. So you have 2,126,000. I have 2,400,000 because they asked for 300,000, and they may fulfill the reporting requirements for Winnebago County Health Assessment. This is why we avoided sending out these notes, because by the time you get them, they're already outdated. So I just want to point that out, why the difference is from the PowerPoint to what you have in your hand. So now we'll move on to the local government requests. So these are requests that came in from or on behalf of cities, towns, villages. So you should have another one of these that says city, town, village requests. And again, they're broken down by city, town, village. And I have just the brief synopsis of their request on the screen. So Menasha submitted these various projects. There are a couple with asterisks, and those requests did not come directly from the city development director, who made the rest of the requests. And there is one request for radios for the fire department that is not listed on here specifically, because Chief Sweeney had also put in a request directly through the Spirit survey. So that is why we specifically asked who's making this request, so we could determine where all the puzzle pieces fit. Then we move on to Fox Crossing. Whoops. There we go. And this is where Chief Sweeney put in his request for radios. He also included police radios. Nina Menasha, they put in a joint request for communication equipment and emergency services training, so they have a live fire training facility. Nina had projects for a vehicle barrier system. There was one project that came through Future Nina, which is technically a nonprofit, but it was to do park improvements. So we did keep this under the local government category, because it really would need the help of the Parks Department to make sure that it came to fruition. Water mains for Nina. Then AMRO, that first one is cut off, but that's hire an engineering firm to conduct water drainage plans. They were looking for a couple new storage facilities for their public works. There was some reconstruction on streets, Highway 21 rural urbanization, water, sewer, sidewalk, curb, gutter on a number of their streets. And then they also had a request for constructing a dog park. City of Oshkosh put in a few requests working with Commonwealth Development. That's an organization that builds primarily low and workforce housing, and they use historic sites, which is kind of cool, to revitalize and make sure that those buildings get used. So Oshkosh is doing a lot of workforce and low-income housing projects, so they were hoping that the county would also assist with some of that funding. The town of Algoma, from what I understand, is the state is funding a large portion of the roundabout. If the town of Algoma would cover the cost of the south leg of that roundabout. So town of Algoma was looking for assistance just for that south leg. Winnebago then had a number of improvements. I believe this was probably a month into Sam's new position, so interesting fact. And then finally, there were a number of projects that came in to benefit the county. There was one project that you'll see on that main list, establish a housing fund to assist private housing development. That was originally categorized under Menasha because that request came in from Menasha. But again, on Thursday, we found out that Menasha made that request on behalf, so they want that funding for the entire county. So to be fair, we moved it under the whole county, benefiting the county asks, and took it out of Menasha. So Menasha on my screen has an asterisk because in your document, it says Menasha asked for 5.9, but that million was moved down to the benefiting Winnebago County. So that million was just moved. The final number still is 18,500,000-ish. So combined, 18.5, combined with the community requests from anywhere from $2.5 to $6 million, that's the amount of requests that we received that we can fund with the 9.7 million. So, but at least now, the commission has a starting point, because previously, well, we don't know what the scope of needs or what the scope of projects are for our community. So what are the next steps? They're really prioritized categories to determine projects to recommend. So we had these 4 or 5 or 6 different categories. So Spirit Commission needs to come together and say, okay, these were the things that we said were important. Now we have to rank them. What's the most important to be able to now narrow down on the type of projects to fund. Once that direction is identified, then there's going to be a second reach out phase to those that submitted projects to get more information to establish really the stability of whoever's asking for the funding. Step 2 is then working with the county exec and the department heads to determine if any of these projects, so you heard a lot of water main, you heard a lot of radios, you heard a lot of park things that were coming through. So it's working with them to determine if there's been talk about a comprehensive parks plan. So maybe there's going to be, here are all the parks that need updates, and maybe that'll be moved into under the county government and taken out of these projects. Every department, it feels like, is looking for radios. That's a major cost for these small towns and municipalities. So there may be a radio comprehensive plan, so it comes out of that. But at least now we can start to parse out, hey, these are better projects for the county government to lead, and these are the projects that then would stay within that county identified category. Then 3 will determine how much to fund and where, and start to have a discussion on the projects to recommend for funding. And then 4, the commission will get together, draft some resolutions, and present those recommendations to the county board for approval. So I want to end on a really positive note, because a third of that 33 million has been appropriated. So over $10 million has already been determined on where that goes. That's in those first couple pages. Audiovisual upgrades, so it allows for these virtual meetings to be consistent and on a much higher level and grade. Facility condition assessments to outline potential deferred maintenance. Strategic planning. How do you run a county when you don't have a strategic direction? So I think it's great that there's funding that has been set for that. So you can set priorities for the county and metrics to show the outcomes. Replacing the county department radios for the sheriff's department and for the highway department. Land and water conservation, so that's improving water health. This was probably a pipe dream. This was something that probably never would have been able to be funded just from tax dollars. So this is one of the cool things that we took the ARPA money, but this is one of the cool things that we're going to be able to do with that. Expo Center upgrades. So there's a centralized emergency response location. And then local funding to the local municipalities. I know there have been challenges and struggles with how that goes out, but in the end, each of those 21 municipalities are getting an extra 145,000, and you guys helped make that happen, so that's awesome. So, and the Spirit Commission originally, when I started back in October, set a plan or a goal to be able to come back to you with recommendations in the fall. So we're really still on target. Now we have a scope of projects to determine, and we can now meet again in a couple weeks to start to parse out where we want to focus that funding. So hopefully this cleared up some questions on what the Spirit Commission has been doing and kind of the work of the citizen panel and what we've been doing. And it's clear that the county board is very passionate about, I've watched them, it's very passionate about making sure that the county is really doing everything that they can to serve their constituents. And the commission's goal really is just to ensure that this funding is used to make long-lasting impact within Winnebago County. Questions?
Supervisor Hran.
Whoa, that was, usually I don't get to talk first. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I do plenty of talking, though. I've got a few questions here. It looks as though we won't have to go about choosing winners and losers from what you have presented here, Beth, which makes me feel a whole lot better, because that's not what I want to have to do. I want to commend you and the people that you were working with on coming up with this plan. It makes sense to me, and I
Thank you.
appreciate it hugely. You guys have worked hard, and you have followed through on what has happened through the Spirit Fund Committee and what you've been asked to do. So I want to say kudos, way to go.
Thank you.
There was a statement made at the last Spirit Fund meeting that some of these projects that are the charities or the charities have large donors already. They go to the community foundations, and individual philanthropists in the community are really generous with their funding. I just want to make sure that might be something that would be nice to be identified, is who receives these major funds from these philanthropic community members. And do we have a time frame as to when we need to have these monies spent?
So time frame would follow what the original ARPA plan would be. So by December of 2026, correct? For the question about the donors, that's why the question, would the project really be determined on you receiving full funding from ARPA, was put in there, because we wanted to make sure. There's some that are like, we'd get it elsewhere. Okay, those aren't the projects that we necessarily want to fund. We want to make sure that these are lasting, impactful projects, and that the money is going where it's needed the most. Every nonprofit is required to file a 990, which discloses their major donors. So all of that is public information and public knowledge. So that is something that's easy to put together, to show, and that is a lot of the conversation in the Spirit Commission, is we want to make sure that the money is going to who truly needs it, who has backing by the community, but just maybe not the breadth of financial backing to be able to make things happen. So I appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah. And that is another piece that John, the reason that John asked me, and I know there's some contention with me working for nonprofits, but I mean, most of my life I was a banker. I was in finance. So this is kind of my midlife crisis to take a pay cut and work for nonprofits. But it's because I love the strategy piece, and that's what, I mean, this is what we do with United Way. We get $2 million in requests, and we have to pare it down to $1 million. And there's a very systemic and systematic way to do that, and that's what my specialty is, and being able to do that. So Thanks.
Supervisor Gabbard.
Thank you, Beth. I really appreciate this presentation. It's well done, and thank you for all the time you and your colleagues have put in. I have a twofold question here, and maybe you know the answer, maybe you don't. So on this list of requests, some of these nonprofits, let's say, have already received funds from another municipality. Is that going to be taken into consideration to open up an avenue for others who haven't gotten anything? Would you be comparing that?
That is again why we asked some of those specific questions, so we could make sure. Now there were 5 or 6 organizations that received that neighborhood grant, that 10 million. I mean, those were in the big document. We have those notes. Would that prohibit them from being part of this, an additional funding from ARPA money? So we noted it, and it's all open for discussion, because, I mean, yes, to be able to compare apples to apples and say, so if somebody is getting city funding, what percentage? So there was somebody in here who serves Tri-County and asked for half of the cost of their project. Why would Winnebago County fund half of your project if you serve 3 counties? To me, that doesn't seem fair. The most you should be requesting is a third, if we're a third of the individuals or counties that you serve. So that is a piece of the decision-making process, would be to see where all of the funding is coming from and make sure that it's equal and it's in relation to what others are funding.
Okay, so then my question is threefold. My next question is, so the city of Oshkosh is requesting monies from us. Did we request monies from the city of Oshkosh with their ARPA Spirit Fund money? It works
Yeah.
both ways.
Yeah?
And then when these are presented to the county board, will it be an all or nothing, or will they be individualized resolutions?
Well,
a
so
point.
there's where we've talked in the Spirit Commission is, okay, this is Beth talking. I think it would take forever if it were, here is one project, yes or no. Mary Ann would not be happy with us with all the resolutions she'd have to draft, but I don't care if she's mad at me, but, sorry. I'm not paid, so really, it's all right. But I see them in more groupings. I could see, just for brevity, and hopefully there's an allowance for some conversation if people are deciding no, if they could, like, is there a specific something that, no, we would fund this except for this thing? I'd hope that there could be some of that conversation.
I would hate to see that there is a group of, and grouping is great. I was hoping you'd say that. Say there's 10 things, and somebody just doesn't
Right.
like. Either you're going to have to sit here and say, but I like the other 9.
Right.
And just bite the bullet and say, I want these to go ahead, but I don't want individualized resolutions that will never.
That would just, nobody wants to sit here that long
Okay.
to go
Thank
through
you.
each
That's
one
all
of
I had.
those. But it seems to make the most sense to put them in some type of grouping resolution, and then as it's brought and there's conversation, we can take notes, and if there is something that people really don't like, fine, it gets voted no, but then the Spirit Commission can say, hey, we heard this, so let's redo the resolution. It sounded like everybody was okay with this, so.
Okay, thank you.
Supervisor Hanson.
Beth, first and foremost, thank you very much for the presentation. Thank you for the time and effort in all of the worksheets in that. Some follow-up questions. I'm going to take a little bit different opinion than Supervisor Haran. I think the uncomfortable reality is there's going to be some no's. And we need to prepare for that. So that kind of leads me to play off a little bit about what Supervisor Gabbard says. Please, nobody misunderstand what I'm about to say. This is only an example because it's first on the list. Solutions recovery. Tell me the dialogue with you or the commission if the requested amount of 500,000 was really only 125 that was granted by the board. How
There-
then does that change what their outcome or their mission is?
So that's, you're right, there's $20 million of requests. There's going to have to be a lot of no's and a lot of paring down. So again, like we do with United Way, do we want to spread money through a lot of different areas, or do we want to focus? That's something the Spirit Commission is going to have to consider. Do we want to focus a lot of money into a small grouping? Yeah, but that is.
What I mean, though, is if, again, no one misunderstand, please, or if Solutions
Yep.
Recovery is listening, it's only because you're first on the list that's on the spreadsheet here. What if the board decided that it was going to be 125? Does that change their mission then? Does that disqualify even the 125 from going forward?
Well, so that is what I envision is the Spirit Commission saying, here's the direction we would like the citizen panel to take on the type of projects to fund. Part of the conversation would be, could you fulfill and complete your mission with a partial, identifying that there were $20 million of requests. We have 9.5 to spend, or 9.7 to spend. So putting the onus back on the organizations to say, hey, if you got a partial portion of this, would you complete it? Because we're not giving funding if this project isn't going to be completed. So that's a conversation that unfortunately I have to have in my work life as well. You know, somebody comes for $80,000, sorry, we can only fund 10. Are you able to still do this with 10? Because we've had some organizations work-wise say, no, it's all or nothing. We need the whole thing because it's to fund a position, and if you can only give us 10, we can't do anything with that. Thank you for your honesty. We'll move on and put that somewhere else. So it is a gross conversation that we'll have to have, but it's part of what we have to do.
Because of that too, and jokingly, Mary Ann signaled me that she does want to sit here that long. I really do think because of that, it really should be resolution by resolution. I don't think we should do a lump. I think there'll be
Okay.
far too much dissecting, and I apologize to the board. I think that's the direction we should go.
Most of the Spirit Commission is here and duly noted.
Supervisor Powers.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Beth, I think this is that your committee has done a remarkable job. You answered one of my questions because I was wondering about number 40, if it was a tri-county, why are they asking for 50%? I'm also wondering about 33, 34, and 35 asking for 100%. I worry about a group asking for money where they have no skin in the game whatsoever.
Yep.
And then I was also looking at number 65, who's right up there at 83%. I had in my mind, you know, if you're asking for more than 75%, and possibly we should even make that lower than 60 or 50%. I don't know, if you're asking for that big amount, it's taking, I think, too large a chunk. But if your committee has worked through this and you know that's what they need to get, I will be on board. I'm just concerned about those who are asking for 100% funding for things that they've done nothing to raise money themselves. And I think that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you.
Supervisor Stafford.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you very much for the presentation. I really appreciate it.
Thank you.
Yeah. I have many questions. I think I'll actually delay some of them for another time. And I'm going to focus in a specific area, if that's okay. And that is the upfront piece, the strategy piece, the criteria piece. Because if that's not done correctly or well articulated, then everything else is going to be a subset of that. So you mentioned rubric, and I'm actually glad you did, because when someone says rubric, there's 3 specific criteria that you usually have, right?
I should have said somewhat of a rubric because we are missing outcomes and those other pieces of it.
You're missing the indicators for sure. But even in the performance criteria and a rating scale, right? And that's really what makes a rubric is a rating scale. And I assume, and please correct me, I assume that page 6 is the 4-point scale, the legacy, one-time funds. Is that the rubric-like mechanism that the commission is using?
That's where we started with, at least because the conversations in those commission meetings were, well, I know my area, but I don't know what else is going on. So for the commission to come together and say, here's what we want to prioritize, it was too soon to do that because this is not negative to any of you on the Spirit Commission, but they just were very aware that they weren't familiar with what was going on throughout the entire county. So we tried to make it a very general, to just see as projects come in, what kind of data points and what kind of trends would start to appear. So now we can go back and look at, here are the housing groupings, here are the radios, here are the parks, here's AODA, here's homeless, and then try to determine a scoring from that. So you're right, it is,
No, it's
I use
fine.
it as an example.
It's fine. It was actually one of my questions going in, and unfortunately, I'm still kind of uncertain, we'll say,
Sure.
in terms of what are the criteria in the specific deliverables. I mean, I even look at the broad 4 points, quality of life. Quality of life is very subjective. Multi-generational can also be deemed as subjective. So a lot of these are, and I keep going through, some of them are maybe a little more tied in, but it seems to be a little loose, and that makes me nervous on the upfront piece.
Sure,
right?
I understand that.
And so I would hope that as time goes on, we can be a little more dialed in on this, because I know a few comments were made. This is $33 million of public money, and we're entrusted to make sure that it's being spent for the betterment of those who reside in Winnebago County, right? So I do hope that we can dial that in a little bit more. And I'm just going to say, I think it was Supervisor Hanson, I also agree. I know it's painful, but it's $33 million of public money. Everyone deserves the right to have these individual, and I think they should be. I am not a fan of the omnibus kinds of spending packages, because I believe in there you have a lot of inefficiency, and it's like, well, okay, there's this really one bad one, but there's all these other good ones. There's still
Right.
one bad one. And we're too small of a county to allow that to happen. And people work too hard for their money to allow that to happen. So I would just put that out there for whoever makes that call. I would highly recommend that we do that. And then just one final question. Like I said, I have more, but I'll keep it somewhat brief. On the spreadsheet that you supplied, thank you. This was great. I'm looking at the one with the color coding. That's the
Yes,
community
yes.
funding one, right? Is there any
Could you
detailed?
hold that one up?
Oh,
What
what's
one
this
are
one
you?
here?
Okay, so this is everything. This is
Right.
everything that
Oh,
was
this is
presented.
everything. Thank you.
So red, green, yellow, that is on that 4-point. We said green, they fit all 4 points. Yellow, maybe they fit one, but there were still some questions. And red, where they did not. So that is solely
Right,
for the
I get
4
that. Is there
points.
any detail behind that in terms of which criteria that the commission had judged that on?
So
Like a rubric, like going back to the rubric,
Sure.
like where's the rating scale that delivers this color?
So in the column over to
Am I
the,
missing it?
on the right, the dark blue at the top on the right, we have
Oh,
those.
got it, okay.
I know it's teeny tiny. We
No,
have
no,
it
no,
by
I'm
legacy,
tracking.
one time, geographical. So that's where we filled in the information that.
Got it.
This
So
is why
it's-
we said, yes,
Okay.
okay, because it serves all of Winnebago County or whatever.
All right, cool. And then one of the criteria that was listed in the resolution, and that would be Resolution 167012023, was that these projects have to be collaboration between county department and the community. So do we have that listed, what the department that would be partnering? You don't have to give me the detail, just where would that be?
So again, if you look at this one, the ones that are that light yellow in the, see where I'm pointing, right in the middle? Thank you, Rachel.
Right, that's the number, but I'm looking for the actual county
So-
department? Because it actually says in the resolution, county
Under,
department.
under the, I have it listed.
And we could do this separately. I don't need to take people's time
No.
for that.
For this communities project, I have a category specific to county function. So on the second page of the communities projects, organizations that have a county function, and on the very right-hand side, I have which, sorry, it's in this one.
Oh,
That's the local governments. This one.
oh, okay.
So on page 2 and 3, on page 2, organizations that have a county function, it's kind of a light yellow peach color. All the way on the right-hand side, Winnebago County Health, ADRC, that's who they receive funding from.
Right.
Is that what you're asking?
No, actually, the direction that was given by the board is that every project we have, and I'm not going to pick one, but let's say, we're going to go back to this sheet, right? So every project that's listed on here, we should be able to say, okay, this is a collaboration between county government, Department X, and community item Y, right? And I'm just suggesting that we probably should list that in here since that's a requirement that's listed within the resolution.
Under the other funding, so on the top in the blue, other funding, the light yellow shows the department that funding is received from. So right here.
Right, but all of them should have that.
Not all of them have county funding.
No,
So-
not county funding. This is a collaboration between the two.
Or collaborate.
Yeah, I'm not saying funding. I'm saying that if we can't connect a community project that we're doing here with a specific county department,
Function.
right, connecting those two, that I would just say that doesn't belong on this list to be considered because that
Sure.
was in the resolution itself.
So the resolution had a whole bunch of different criteria, so that's why I parsed these out multiple different ways. So if the focus is to go with the ones that fit with those 4 points, if the focus is to go
Okay.
with those that have a county function. So the way it was explained to me from the executive's office is the county function would be, they have some kind of contract or like a true memorandum of understanding contract, something.
And
So
yeah, we don't have to
those
go
were-
on. Thank you.
No, I completely understand.
Right, and that'll be a conversation for another time. So, like I said, I have other, but I'll just ask,
Sure.
I'll just send an email out separately. All right, thank you thank you.
So, just in reference to, it was intentional to not make the criteria super tight because I wanted to get a very good representation of all the different projects, because there might be some projects that you as the board, okay, this doesn't quite fit, but this, oh my gosh, we didn't know that this was a thing, we need to fund this thing. So I'd rather have the criteria somewhat loose to gather all this information and pare down. It's easier that way than doing here are the only things that we're going to fund, and now we miss all the outliers of other cool things that could be done. So it was intentional to make it a little more loose and to start to bring in the parameters a little more tightly as now we have the data, so. Yeah. I could talk
Supervisor
strategy
Nelson.
all day, sorry.
Yes, kind of got one specific project that's near and dear to my heart, but I think there might be other projects that would fall in the category also. And it happens to be number 31 in the application process. But in this case, we've already gotten a grant from the DNR. We took a certain amount of our 145 and allocated to this project. The problem is that project is kind of set to start the 1st of October, and of course it's dependent on the weather, we want to get it in. There's some street repairs, so forth. You can't do it in January. I don't know how long our grant from the DNR is for. Is there any process where the ones that need to get an answer within the next couple months can, even if the answer's no, I think there's some that time is of the essence, and there's some that, they're in the exploration
Right.
process.
Yeah.
The ones that are ready to go tomorrow ought to be able to get an answer to those sooner rather than later.
And we talked about that in the last Spirit meeting, that a lot of these projects are just, okay, sit and wait, because we can't ask for other funding, because now we can't double dip on our funding, and we have to. So that probably would be a good thing to have on the agenda, is to talk about the direction. And so that is why the drop down, so it could easily be categorized by progress. So maybe the next thing is those that are in the process of implementing or within 12 months, maybe we need to go back to them and just have a quick conversation on where are you? Are you at a standstill for this determination? Okay, thank you. We have another Spirit meeting in like a week and a half, on the 14th, right? 14th, okay. So I'll put that on there to discuss, because that's a very good point.
If he
Yeah.
needs his money by October 1st, he isn't going to get it. I can tell him that at the rate it's going. I think we all know that. Supervisor Flom.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for coming today, Beth. I'm going to keep it very brief. I'm going to have 2 points to make. The first one is that when the ARPA Commission makes these considerations specifically for government projects, I know there's a lot on the docket there, and there's only a limited amount of funding that we do have. One request that I would have is that the ARPA Commission keep in mind the municipalities that primarily exist west of 41 but are more rural in nature. I know that we gave out $145,000 to a lot of these, but I would just hope that you guys keep those projects specifically in the outlying parts of the county in mind, because rural quality of life is very important. That's something that we're currently struggling with all over the county and the state. The next thing is, I would also agree with Supervisor Hanson and Supervisor Stafford. I would like to vote one by one on these. I know that's going to be not the best thing for the interest of time, but I do think it's important that we go by each of these projects one by one. So thank you very much for your time. I appreciate it.
Sure. If the consensus is that they're one by one, that is fine. Sorry. That's okay. If that's what you'd prefer, I think that makes it the most fair. I was assuming that you all would be like, please don't do that. So I don't have an issue with that. Sorry.
Supervisor Stir.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Ms. Oswald. I appreciate it, and thank you for meeting with me privately. That was very encouraging. I have a license in social work, and I remember that I had voiced my concern about nonprofits, but it seems like all that you've and the committee have focused on primarily is nonprofits. I'm just wondering how that came to be.
I would say the citizen panel, when going into this, we didn't know what we didn't know. We didn't know what to expect on what type of projects. And probably the first 2 weeks, it was mainly nonprofit organizations that came in with projects. And then all the local government projects came in. And that's where we felt, conversely to the Spirit Commission, where they didn't feel equipped to really evaluate a lot of the local projects. We didn't feel super equipped, or that we had enough direction to make some determinations. So we just said, we're just going to list them all and then pull out some of the like things, parks, radios, and then really kind of defer back. That's why like number 2 or 3 in our process would be meeting with the department heads and the county executive for those government projects, because some of them, they need multiple, they're doing a park and they need the Parks Department, we would hate to make a recommendation without having the full scope of what all needs to go into it.
Okay, so I guess, could you, just for full disclosure, explain who is on the committee and what their background is? Because I see a lot of human services, mental health, social services, and there's a lot of people in the community that do not partake in that type of area. I understand homelessness and AODA, but
Yeah.
in my rural area, there is a significant amount of people that would not be benefited by the things that you're listing on this.
So for the citizen panel?
Yeah,
Is that who?
yes, correct.
Sure. Peter Dulclamara is, he lives in the Nina Menasha area. I'm not exactly sure where his address lies, but he is retired from Kimberly-Clark, and prior to that, he was at Dow Chemical. For Kimberly-Clark, he was the chief scientist. So very science, pragmatic decision-making. Kate Fatner is from the Winnebago area. I think her husband was a physician. She just, I think, volunteered and took care of the farm and kind of the home, and was on the Winnebago Community Foundation. So at least she kind of had the breadth of knowledge of what was in some of those rural areas, because kind of as Jacob was saying, just to make sure that they didn't get forgotten. Rachel Hansen, who is with Oshkosh Corp. In business development, maybe kind of type of, I can't, off the top of my head, I can't remember exactly what she does, but she lives here in Oshkosh. And then I'm from Black Wolf area, so.
Yeah, I guess I just, I have concern, I just see big names. You know, I've been here for 25 years. I am all about helping people, but these are big, big corporations, in my opinion, that are on these, and I just feel, you know, I hear about Pillars and they're not getting anything, but I see a lot of good stuff going on with Pillars. Some of these other things, like the Joseph Project, things like that, that don't require millions and millions. I'm just really concerned. Thank you.
Supervisor Dowling.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for being here tonight.
Yeah.
Very much appreciate that. Just wanted to point out quickly, I noticed during your presentation multiple times you had mentioned not being paid. That is an option for people who serve on commissions, so
Yeah, I really appreciate that, and Conley brought it up too, and I did let Cassie sent the information, and we let the committee know, but they declined, and we just want to make sure that everybody knows we're volunteering to do this because we just care about what happens and want to be a part of this, so, but
Okay.
thank you.
Okay,
Thanks.
sure, not a problem. I think sometimes when we pay our people, they're more dedicated.
Well, I'll take the pay. If
appreciated.
that would make you all feel better, I will gladly count the meeting. It's by the hour, right? So
I wish.
Yeah.
I have two other questions. I see 5 nonprofits listed on here that are not even located within Winnebago County, and that is of concern to me. While I would like to follow the steps of our U.S. government and just hand out money to everyone, I don't feel like we're in a position to do that at this time. So I guess I'm curious to know why they were not automatically kicked out.
Because one of the questions were, what's the region that you serve? So Pillars might be one that I think is located technically in Appleton and maybe is part of Outagamie County, but they have a wide scope of who they serve. So as
Sure.
long as there was some piece that it was serving Winnebago County residents, again, we kept it on face value. They said they served Winnebago County residents, yep. So things like that would
Sure.
require a deeper dive into what percentage of Winnebago County, that would be my question. So if they're saying, well, 5% of Winnebago County, well, then we'll consider 5% of your funding request. I mean, it can't be like the Tri-County again, you're asking for half, but yet you serve 2 other counties. Why would we fund half?
Okay, thank you for
100% agree with that.
Sure, thank you for clarification. And then my last question is really, again, we had closed the door for nonprofits, and we had voted on that 21-11, and I see an overwhelming amount of nonprofits listed on here as someone who's personally started nonprofits myself, and you know, as working in a nonprofit, at the end of the year, the books need to be cleared with a $0 balance, kind
That's
of.
not, no.
Right, that's not how it works,
Yeah.
though. So,
Yeah.
having started and also worked with nonprofits in the past, I know that there are bank accounts out there where if you do have cash in your wallet or bank account at the end of the year, you can put it into a different bank account, and they'll essentially hold that money for you. So the Community Foundation.
That's,
which-
an endowment are you talking about?
Kind of, yeah, you could think of it like that. So I guess my concern is that some of the nonprofits I've worked with in the past have had bank accounts with not just commas in them. We're talking 6, 7, 8-figure commas in them. So I guess I would just like to know what other bank accounts they're holding.
So if there are nonprofits that are hiding money, they should be
No, it's
shut
not hiding money.
down.
It's just saving it away.
Well, that's an endowment. That's the intention of it. And
Sure.
a lot of donors give with that intention. I
Sure.
don't want you to spend this principal. I want you to live off of the interest.
Correct.
So that's a donor intent, and it's up to the nonprofit if they want to.
Correct. Do you think that this question should be asked, though, of these nonprofits?
Oh, it's all public. All of that is public information. All of that has to be disclosed on their 990s, which is their full tax. So all of that
Sure.
information is public knowledge.
Sure, and I'm really glad that you brought that up,
Sure.
actually. So I had created an open records request on June 28th, asking for all of the information submitted, and I noticed that none of those financial records were submitted. So do you think we should
didn't
ask for
a-
that?
Yeah.
That would be prudent, right?
Absolutely.
Okay.
But we're not asking it for this first because, again, in a nonprofit, there's usually a director or somebody, there are multiple people that work in any company, your operations, your finance, so instead of making somebody bring in all these people to fill out the survey for projects that maybe we would never fund, we thought we'd rather do, one person can answer these questions and should be able to answer these questions just to get a scope of projects.
Correct.
So we didn't ask for financials specific for the purpose of this.
Sure, and I guess the reason I'm bringing up more specifically is because it seems like a lot of the parameters have been loose and fast with putting items into categories, so I just would like to publicly request that that be asked for in the future moving forward. Thank you.
Absolutely, sure. And I do want to clarify, I worked with corporate counsel to make sure that the resolution was not to cut out, the resolution was to cut out that community identified or that community piece. So I would not have done all of this work if you all had determined that nonprofit organizations are off the table for funding. If that was the direction, I would have hours of my life back. So I wouldn't have continued on with this if there was no way to get that moving forward. But like I said at the beginning, there was a resounding, yes, please make sure that these community projects are considered, and a no. So that's why we move forward with this at the direction of the Spirit Commission.
Supervisor Hintz.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Excuse me. If you look at the city, town, village requests, I'm guessing these are all the municipality requests, correct? You have $18.5 million on there. Now, if you just take the first two that are on there, which is Menasha and Amro, that's over half of that $18.5 million. And if you include number 3 and number 4, we're almost up to 90% of that $18.5 million. So my question is in two parts. Depending on the first answer, it might only be one part. Have we had those municipalities prioritize their asks? Because if not, I think we should have them prioritize their asks before we vote on this, because that will help us in our ability to vote and what to cut, what not to cut, what's more important and what's less important. And I think that would help our vote immensely, especially seeing as we're going to do these things on single issues. or we're leaning that way, I should say.
Sure. And as you can see through some of the requests were, this is the only thing we want. And some of them were like, let's throw all this stuff against the wall and see what sticks kind of thing.
Exactly.
So again, we weren't exactly sure what to anticipate, what was going to come through. So we didn't put those parameters around that, but
Yeah, it would be very helpful, I think, to all of us if they would prioritize, especially the ones that did we're throwing a bunch out there. And
sure. Okay, I made note of that. Thank you.
Supervisor Cox.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. When I look at some of the town, village, and city requests, I wonder if we've gone deep enough in finding whether or not they can use the money at this point in time, or are they time sensitive to their capital improvements, and where are they going to use it? In other words, have we questioned the capital improvements of some of, like Menasha, somebody wants sidewalks for Menasha, but hell, they're dealing with putting in storm sewers or something else that would go before the sidewalks would go. And if we don't know what timing they have for their projects, we have a tough time coordinating, giving them money and getting new projects out in the capital project program. So if you get what I'm getting at, I think I mentioned it during the ARPA meeting as well. It's kind of 2 steps forward, 1 step back with regard to the capital project plan in planning of where's the money going and who's asking for it.
So I did make note from that Spirit Committee meeting that for the community, for the local government requests, that another question would be, are any of these part of your CIP, since I know what that means now? So then the commission can pull out, because that's the determination, then if that would be debt reduction, if they would pull it out, or whatever but to get more clarification on the process of these programs. I know there were even some questions on, are they submitting these because they want to use it for their 145 and they might still be confused? So I think there's a lot more questions that we have to dig into, and that's where I'll defer to you and the Spirit Commission to help us determine what questions those are to dig into, make sure that the process is being followed and we understand the whole scope and that there's a priority to their requests.
One other, you're doing a great job.
Thanks,
I
Maury.
appreciate this. Yeah.
Supervisor Bender.
Yes, what I would like to see is the ARPA Commission look at the city, village, and towns. They all got ARPA funds, and I know the city of Oshkosh got about $21 million, and they're asking us for $2.25 million. Well, I guess I would like to know how much they funded those projects, because if they didn't fund those projects, apparently they weren't very important. But if they funded them as much as they're asking us, well, then they're putting their money, they believe it's a worthwhile project. So any of the villages, towns, and cities that we're thinking of giving money to, I would look at their ARPA funds and see if they're funding any of those projects. Because if they're not, then what did they spend their ARPA dollars on? Because everybody got a certain amount of money. I don't know what the rest of them got. I know the city of Oshkosh, I believe, got $21 million. So it's like, if we're gonna fund these, then we should be partners in the projects. We shouldn't be the only investor in the project.
Supervisor Schellinger.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thanks so much for putting this presentation together. I thought it was really thoughtful and digestible, and certainly a lot of work to manage 78 projects with all these different fields. So appreciate all the information and the presentation. I have a question in the packet that you were going through on, I guess it's the page after community organization request. It's titled Community Projects That Fit 4-Point Criteria. And then the next line of the header is quick to implement. Could you identify which projects on that page are not the quick to implement, the 1.5 million?
And again, this is just based on them. So Fox Cities Area Habitat for Humanity, they have that they're in the research stage. And from their description, that's to build, I think, 10 houses. So obviously, they haven't even identified locations, so that would be hard to quickly implement. Nova Counseling, that was another one that they said they were in the research phase. I, off the top of my head, can't remember if they have identified or if they even have quotes on their property expansion yet. So again, we all know how long all of that takes. The Oshkosh YMCA, I left in there, they didn't use the drop down, they added to the drop down. So I just left literally what they put. They have the research phase, but they felt they would be done by December of '26. So again, I'm just taking them at their word. And then Damascus Road project, at the time of this submission, it was still in the research phase. They identified the location, but they weren't under contract. They didn't have quotes. They didn't have any. So really that, again, any construction project could be a year and a half out or more. So those are the ones that we identified as maybe not as quick to implement or be completed.
Excellent. Well, that feels very optimistic to me. Quick to implement is kind of a nebulous term, but if we're looking at
December 26 hard stop is quick.
That feels pretty quick, to me compared to what other things we've heard out there and seen over the last couple of years. And then my last question is about the next step. So it feels like to me the work that's been done has really just been to sort of sort through a kind of a rough gate. Does this fit the criteria? But you is this correct? Like you would say you probably haven't really taken a deep evaluation to like, is this the right project, or is the needs identified? Is that right?
Somewhat. Some gave very clear, we need the thing, this is how we're going to use the thing, this is when we're going to spend the money. Some were a little more general with theirs. So some projects, and two, that could have also led into some of the determinations, because it was very clear, we knew exactly what they were asking for. So half and half.
Okay.
And two, to be able to present and just get questions and understand what more information you would like to see to help make determinations is also a piece of this process to make sure that we're covering all the bases and we're getting all the information to make sure that you all can make the decision and feel like it's an educated decision. You have all the information.
So is there still a phase where where a quality review or a needs review or something like that needs to happen, or is going to happen at either with either the work that the four citizen review group has done or the commission at large?
Yeah, so I could have expanded on the next step is finding out the feel of this board, taking it then to the Spirit Commission and prioritizing what do you want us to do next for the citizen panel? And what should we be looking at for priorities? I mean, that's really the short-term next step. So my hope would be with categorizing some of this, it gives people a little bit of direction on, okay, I heard from you, you'd really like to see only the projects that have partnerships with the county. That's great. We heard that, and I know financial is a big thing. We need to do a financial evaluation on anybody who would be considered, and so, yeah.
Sure, but is at any step of the process, who is going to be responsible for determining, like, if housing is, if workforce housing or low-income housing or childcare or any of these projects are real needs in the community. And I'm not saying they're not. Look, doesn't take long to figure out we have a shortage of housing and things like that.
Yeah.
But I just don't want to have us be making broad assumptions about the needs of the community. I know the data collected is not the final piece, and certainly lots of the data collected from here to to money being distributed would potentially shed light on that. But I'm just trying to get a sense of like where, who's making that determination that yes, not only does this fit the criteria, but it's also like absolute, an absolute need. It's not just, we're not just taking the word of these organizations to identify the needs themselves.
And I think that's the job of the Spirit Commission. It sounds like that was the original focus of the board, to put together this commission to really do the research and figure out. And when you say what are the needs of the community, it probably depends on who you ask. So there is probably not one hierarchy of need that would solve and trickle down solve a lot of issues. I think it's just under the scope of what we can do, where's maybe the largest impact. And sometimes that isn't the biggest need, because maybe the biggest need needs legislation and money. So we have a finite amount of money. Where are we going to have the biggest impact with this money? And it might just be the quick resolve or the quick project. So now we move that program project need out of the need category, and now it's into the working for resolve category. So it's kind of subjective to, yeah.
For sure. I mean, and you're right. We have one tool that we are talking about today, and we need the full, tool belt working on a lot of the, on a lot of these issues. So I really appreciate condensing things and sort of getting some of these categories out there for us. Thanks for your work.
Thanks.
Supervisor Hanson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Supervisor Schellinger just brought up almost exactly where I was going to head next. So if I could just say, if there are some that are a little bit more quick to implement, if there's any way, I'll be happy to help work with Mary Ann to write some resolutions. I don't think everything needs to be voted on this board in one night. Present 5 next agenda, 5 the next month, etc. That's all. Thank you.
I do not believe the intent of the Spirit Commission is to hold everything and bring it all in one night. I think it will be easy to identify. These are high level, these can be done, this is a priority, so.
As a matter of fact, go a little bit further on that. At our next meeting, we're going to start getting $10 million worth or whatever and start that way there. So they will not all be coming at once, I can guarantee you. So, but it's time that we start getting some of the money moving out of the county. So, who did I just have here? Somebody get off. Who was it? Supervisor Harrison.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. It's an amazing job you did here. You covered so much area and gave us so much information to make decisions on. I appreciate that a lot. A couple points I just wanted to make. We only have 20.3 million because we already gave away 10.3. So we don't really have 33 million. So I just want the public to know that's gone already. The other thing is, for the first phase, that's a pretty good job that you did to get that together. The next question I have is, now that you got 78 and there was none thrown out, right? The executive office, you said, had gotten them. There wasn't any taken out, right? They're all that we have are there.
There was one that they self-rescinded early on. They said, we're not ready to, we don't think that we could have the timeline. So they self-pulled out.
And there was none that we threw out, 78?
No, this is all of them. So, yeah, there are things that clearly don't fit, but wanted to make sure that everything was on there.
Okay. And in the consideration amount of money, the interest that's been pounding up, last time it was 1.5, it might be 2 million. Is that going to be put in there to be able to give out, or is that just going to go somewhere else?
No, there was conversations in the Spirit Commission about what to do with that, and I think it was.
It's difference of opinions on that.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah,
Mike,
I think.
Would you like to say anything on it?
No, I don't really have any
Okay.
particular information. There was a suggestion made that didn't proceed, and so it's an open question now.
Okay. The other question I had is, I don't want to, I mean, the $145,000 we gave before took for so long and had to go back for extra questions and that. You know, in 7 months, or even less than that, this whole board is up for election all over again. So, you know, it'd be nice to have as much of this done as we can, because I can just see it, if we don't, it drags into next year, and then you have X number, well, just like last time, 16 or 18 different ones, and you'd have to almost start all over.
Thank you for bringing that up, because I didn't even think of that.
Because, I think, you know, this board might think different than whatever might happen. So that's kind of concerned that we don't let it sit out there and say, okay, send them out, we want to go check all this, and now we want to go back and check all this, and we drag it out, and the next thing I know, it's not us deciding, somebody in the future is doing it, and then, oh, can you explain it all over again? You know what I mean? That's a concern that I really don't want to go through. I think
Yeah.
these people, you brought out 78 issues in Winnebago County that was affected by pandemic, which is all this money come. So it's important that we deal with this and take care of it. And again, the 78, are they going to be upset when they applied for all these? They had certain things they had to do to apply for this, right? Do they know that we might go back and ask some more questions or more things they're going to have to still, they haven't automatically been entered, they got to
Yeah.
do some more?
We tried to make it clear that this was a project assessment, that this was not this is not going to be a determination for funding. It's just to assess the projects and the needs throughout the community. And from these, then there'll be continued conversations. So,
That's what I understand, is that ARPA Commission now is going to look at the 78, go back and figure out what you have to collect, and then decide how many to bring to us? Is that kind of what the plan is, sounds like?
yeah, I'll look to the commission to, what's the first thing you want me to do? Maybe it is go back to the municipalities so I can draft some questions or, you know, some requests and have the Spirit email send out to the municipalities, prioritize what's your higher need.
The last question I have is to put you on the spot. You've done all the research, you're for a committee, you're citizens, you've seen all the data, we just saw it, or just got it a couple of days ago. Do you have any kind of a list of 78 that you would recommend, or you're not at that point that should say, I looked through, these 10 probably aren't going to make it, but I've narrowed it down to 40 or 50, or anything like that?
I think it goes back to what Kay said, like, there's no bad projects in here, they're all good, but it's at the will of the community on where to focus the funding.
Because I know every one of us has a heart for something in this list. So could, battle of what goes, what doesn't, and that, I know it's important, but it's going to take a lot to narrow 78. You got your hands full, Spirit Group, for sure. Thank you for your time and what you've done for us. I appreciate that a lot.
Supervisor Flom.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just want to follow up with what Supervisor Hinz and Cox said. If you could ask the municipalities, specifically the ones that have the asks, if these projects, how time sensitive are they? For example, the project in Winnebago, project number 31, seems rather time sensitive because of the nature of the DNR grant that they have. If this project is already included in their CIP, would this be removed from their CIP if we grant them these funds? Would it not be removed from from the CIP? And if it is removed from the CIP, where would those funds go? Both to another CIP item, back to the general fund, property tax relief, and or debt reduction for that matter. I guess just making sure that they give us the information that we need to make a decision, because if, for example, a squad car is a want versus a need, we're going to have to hear from them, so we don't have to make that decision for them. What do they want the most based on their time frame?
If this part is part of the CIP, would it be removed? And if so, where would the money go?
Yes.
So
because we would essentially be backfilling a CIP line item, where would they spend the money that they would pull from the CIP? Yeah. If it's even involved in that plan.
Yep.
Thank you.
Supervisor Buck.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have a question for Director Collard. Is that, am I allowed to ask him a question?
As long as it's on this,
Yes, yep. So Director Collard, out of the $10.3 million appropriated, how much of that has left our bank account in Winnebago County and been distributed?
Do you have the PowerPoint? It's on
I'm looking at,
page
I'm
3
looking at
and
the list to
4.
see if
I
I
have
can
the
call to mind
government.
where the money
So
is.
the projects, under government projects, were digital room, the facilities condition, and
Yeah, the
strategic
digital
planning.
rooms hasn't been spent. The facilities condition assessment has been contracted and the work is nearly done. If you're asking where the dollars are, have we paid their final bill? I don't think so. And I can't tell you what partial payments have made, but it's certainly all committed for that. On the strategic planning, again, we've spent a significant portion of it on the priority-based budgeting tool, which we've been working on applying, and that'll take some time. And again, I can't tell you off the top of my head where exactly the dollars are, but they're mostly committed at least. The radios have been contracted for. So again, we've ordered the radios. We had proposals, et cetera. The radios have been ordered off the top of my head. Could I tell you, have they been received and paid for? No, but they're all in process to do so. I'm sure of that.
And then that next page is the government identified projects, the land and
Yeah,
water.
the land and water
conservation.
conservation has mostly not been paid because that's a long-term project, or a long-term fund really to provide funding for various projects identified by the Land and Water Conservation Department. The Expo Center resiliency, I know has been bid. Off the top of my head again, that's all I can say. And funding to local governments is in process. There have been at least one payment actually made to a town government, I know that, but there are several others that are close to being ready to be paid.
So out of that $33 million we got, it was said that we're collecting about $5,000 in interest a day. Is that still the case today?
It's still continuing to collect interest. I wouldn't want to hazard a guess off the top of my head about how much per day that amounts to, but it sounds plausible.
Okay, thank you very much.
Supervisor Powers.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Sort of piggybacking on what Supervisor Harrison said, he's right. Some of us won't be here past March with the April election. And if we were to vote on pieces of this thing, a few at a time, and then it got down to the point where we discovered that some were going to be eliminated because they didn't fit whatever, or they weren't going to be able to accomplish, that could we then go back, if we were to vote on, say, 5 at a time or 6, could we then later go in the process, go back and look at those first 5 or the first 10 or whatever and say, we could add more to your request now that we've polished this up? Because I'd hate to see somebody lose out because we wait until the last minute to vote, or that we vote them too soon, realizing that later we might have more money.
And I think that might be more of a Mike and finance question, dependent on how the funds could be spent. If it's, they completed a project, can we go back and refund, or it's up to the commission and you to determine that, and under the guidance of, I suppose, finance on the reporting requirements on. So I don't know if we can, I think of like DCF funding. You cannot start the project until you are approved. I don't think we're that tight under those guidelines. So we might be able to go back and say, hey, we had extra, we'd love to put it toward your dog park or whatever project.
I think one thing we also got to look into, a lot of these people haven't even got or spent their $145,000 yet. The city of Armoro has not even applied for it yet, but still they got all them things out there. As of our last meeting anyways, they hadn't done anything. I can tell you the town of Armoro was going to apply for a whole bunch. some of them were think that was also included in that 145. I said, no, that 145 is over and above. So then they applied and they got their 145. Then they didn't apply for anything else. So some of them got some of these things mixed up too. So
Yeah.
that could have been where some of the problem is.
And that's where I think one of the questions we have to go back and say, was this intended as a request for your 145, just to make sure that they understand
Correct.
how this is.
Supervisor Harrison.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. That brought up another question, because I know with the 145, there was miscommunication or something didn't happen, and finally, the letter went out saying what they had to have. Who's going to make the rules up when we do give the allocation? Who's going to be in charge of the rules to get their money? No, but not talking about that.
For this
These-
second.
Yeah, once you do it and you pick whatever number it's done, where are the rules going to say, okay, to get the money, you got to do? Is it the executive that's going to give it? Is it, we're going to put it on our tags when we give the money? Spirit fund where's it going to come from?
I'm not going to make Beth be on this
Well,
here. but
I went through
totally.
the PPP funding, and I never want to tell somebody, here's money, but I'm going to decide later what the reporting requirement is. When we get to the point of we're going to be making specific recommendations and you all approve or choose what to fund, we need to also be saying, here's the money that you're getting and here's how you're going to be able to spend it, because that's a terrible position to put. We can't do that. I won't do that. So.
Thank you.
Yeah. I mean, I think I can at least partly answer your question. I mean, anytime the county board authorizes expenditure of funds, then it's up to administration to, implement that, to expend the funds. So if we have a county board resolution authorizing a particular project, funds be spent for it, there are going to be some things in the language of the resolution that we're bound by. So we as administration will look at that and recognize that we have to be bound by the language in the resolution it only authorizes us to disperse the money for a particular purpose. And so under generally accepted accounting procedures and principles, we're going to make sure we have documentation that the expenditure falls within the scope of the resolution and is properly authorized by the board before we spend it. That was part of the reason for, kind of the differences of opinion we had about some of the town spending, was the desire of the finance department to make sure we had correct documentation of what the money was actually spent for, what it was used for, to make sure that it fell within the terms of the authorizing resolution appropriating the money. So we will continue to do that. The bottom line in terms of who has to authorize the actual payment is the county executive. As with any other county board authorized expenditure, anything in the budget, it's all subject to the actual administration and direction of the county executive.
Thank you. Just the other point I wanted to make on that was originally with the ARPA funds, when it was going back and forth to Spirit, a lot of the public out there thinks that it got converted to Spirit, so there would be no rules or regulation that you wouldn't have to do that. And I think they got that all wrong, because, when it came up to 145,000 wasn't given out, there's no rules. Why do you have to do that? Spirit, ARPA, you don't have that anymore. This will probably come up the same thing where people think, well, wait a second, there wasn't supposed to be any rules, because that's why you put it in Spirit, so you can just give it and be done. So I'm just saying, the people out there, the public, have no idea. They thought there was no strings, there's nothing, why are we taking so long? And that's what people keep telling me. I don't understand why you guys are dragging. You put in the Spirit, so you have no rules. What's going on? So that's why I was asking, just to make it clear for people to know.
Well, and I think the rules that exist are primarily under the control of the county board. For instance, when the issue came up with the towns and whether it had to be reimbursement or advance payment, I pointed out, if the county board had wished to, you could have passed a resolution saying just send the towns a check, because we're legally, able to spend money or to give money to another municipality without strings if the board chose to do that. But if there are strings, if there are any requirements, if there's any statement of intent, it's our job as administration to make sure that that's complied with and that we have that fully documented, because our auditors and accountants are definitely going to want to see that documentation.
Okay, thank you.
So are there rules in place now for if any of these people get money granted to them? Is there rules already in place? So they don't think they're going to get it and then all of a sudden rules are made?
Well, it would depend on the resolution, and what it said, but we would certainly need documentation. If it was given to them for a specific purpose, given to an outside group, for instance, for a specific purpose, we would have to make sure we saw documentation that it was spent for that purpose, that it was properly authorized by the, we wouldn't have a municipal board or anything like that to deal with, but we just want to make sure that it was actually spent for the purposes as specified by the county board in the resolution.
Thank you. Supervisor Stafford.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. In fact, I was going to just suggest two things for the Spirit Commission. One is to include that criteria on the resolution before it comes to the board, so we have that conversation done at the quote-unquote committee level. And then second is, it's a big ask for me. And that is, I do see, as we look back, one of the, we'll say holes, is that there's no connection right now with the departments via the committees. So I know timing is of essence, but if there's any way that we could connect with the committees prior to having this go to the board, I think that would be a very useful thing. I know that there was one recently that happened that it came to this board and the actual committee had no idea. So if there's anything that we could do to help with that as well, I think that would be a very useful conversation to have. Thank you.
Supervisor Nichols.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm interested in the timeline of what comes next, when the committee or when the commission estimates it will finish its work. Can you speak to that, please?
I don't know if we have a timeline. Well, finish the work.
And make their recommendations and bring them to the board so that the money gets out.
I think the determining factors are how quickly local governments and organizations get back to us on requests that we put out there. Now, I would say we would put out, we need this answer by this date. And then I think it depends on what comes back here. If we bring resolutions for funding and half are approved and half aren't, well, now back to the drawing board on this other half, because we have, it's the puzzle that we're putting together. Here's how we intend to spend the money. And if the board says, nope, we don't agree with those projects, then we'll have to try to. So that's what makes the criteria piece a little more challenging, because we can come up with, here's what we think the criteria is, and you could have a completely different perspective on that. So again, why also we've left it kind of loose, so we can come with recommendations and then let the board really determine the direction of that.
And I think that's something that the commission needs to anticipate, this back and forth between the commission and the board. And it also speaks to the urgency of setting that timeline, because one of the things that we've heard over and over, and I know the commission has heard over and over, is what's taking so long? Why isn't the money getting out? And the longer that money sits in the bank account, really the less valuable it becomes to the end user. And so everybody is waiting for this money to be distributed to the community. And whether it's a nonprofit or a local government, people are putting together their budgets for the next year. And so all of these things come into play and speak to the urgency of the matter. Not to say that, we should be playing fast and loose with this, but we need to be strategic and thoughtful, and act with intention each step of the way. And I don't like to use elections as deadlines, but really this entire process has been a function of this specific county board, and for that to be disrupted,
we would have to almost start over.
Is really not, it wouldn't be good for anybody. So keeping those things in mind, I really encourage the commission to establish that timeline and work with real intent to figure out how we're going to get there the best way possible and to get the funds out into the community. Thank
And
you.
I think a piece of me being voluntold to be on the commission is because I went to the PNF meeting starting in mid-2020. When's this money? Where's the group? Who's deciding? I was one of them on that side saying, we've got plans, what's going on with this funding? So I totally agree with that. I do agree that I think it will help move the process along if it is a one-by-one resolution, because it'll be very clear, and I think it will help get money out rather than, okay, now all of these have to go back and come back if we do it in grouping. So the individual resolutions will probably help push some of that money out a lot quicker.
Okay, I'm looking at the slide that's behind you, and the bottom part in orange says that we're still on target for fall appropriation decisions. Is that just the portion that's county government identified projects? Or
No, that's just where the arrow landed, and I couldn't figure out how to separate it, honestly. But it really, we're on target to come back in the next, hopefully, we don't set our spirit meetings out very far. We try to make the determination on, okay, how long is it going to take to get minutes and things posted, meeting by meeting. So we're really on target to be able to come back. Like Tom said, we talked in the last one about trying to get somewhere in the range of $10 million brought for resolution. So we're on target to really start ramping up and being able to get some of this money allocated or appropriated.
Okay, I just needed verification
Yes,
on what I was
thank
seeing
you.
behind
Sorry.
me. Thank you.
I thank you very much, Beth, on behalf of the Spirit Fund, plus all of the supervisors tonight. You did an outstanding job.
Thank you.
I'm sorry. Paul had something for you. Just hold on. I'm sorry, Paul. Supervisor Eisen.
Yeah, of that $10,000 allocated, what did I hear you say has been spent already?
The 10 million
Yes.
that's been, so that's on page 3 and 4 of
Yeah,
the
it's
PowerPoint.
appropriated, but how much has been spent?
Well, I think that's what Mr. Colliard was answering, that there were, so the projects that are almost done are the facility conditions, the strategic planning, and the radio. And out to bid was the Expo Center, and then the $3 million is approved for all the county.
Have the checks been written?
I don't write the checks.
Some checks have been written, Supervisor Eisen, but I don't know exactly how much. There's another substantial amount that's been contracted, and not sure if the check has been written, but we can certainly get you those numbers. Safe to say a portion of it has been, the checks have been written, and a portion they have not, but they're in process.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Yep.
Okay, our next presenter, proposal of the ad hoc task force on per diems, Jim Weiss, chairman of the task force per diem, and his vice chairman Betsy is not here, so it'll be all up to Jim. So if we all just want to stand up and just take a little break, no potty break, just stand up and stretch your legs. And you come on up, Jim. Jim, you can come up if you want. You get ready. I'm gonna call it right back real shortly. Just stretch our legs so everybody was getting, I didn't see them. I wanted to make sure they had
I'm not sure. He doesn't come back.
come up here and sit, yeah. Okay. That'd be good, thank you.
The Winnebago County Board is currently in a break. For a schedule of all GovTV programming, visit our website at oshkoshmedia.org. This is GovTV, opening accessibility and understanding of local government, helping you to be informed and involved. Also streaming live and on demand at oshkoshmedia.org and radio simulcast on Oshkosh FM 101.9. Like us on Facebook at our Oshkosh Media page. For a schedule of all GovTV programming, visit our website at oshkoshmedia.org. Please stay with us. Coverage will resume shortly. The Winnebago County Board is currently in a break. For a schedule of all GovTV programming, visit our website at oshkoshmedia.org. This is GovTV, opening accessibility and understanding of local government, helping you to be informed and involved. Also streaming live and on demand at oshkoshmedia.org and radio simulcast on Oshkosh FM 101.9. Like us on Facebook at our Oshkosh Media page. For a schedule of all GovTV programming, visit our website at oshkoshmedia.org. Please stay with us. Coverage will resume shortly.
Okay, if everybody wants to get back
For
to
a
their
schedule
seats.
of all GovTV programming, visit our website at oshkoshmedia.org.
Like I
This
said
is
before,
GovTV,
Jim Weiss is going
opening
to
accessibility
present
and
the ad
understanding of
hoc
local
task
government,
force
helping you
for
to
the
be
per diem structure. I believe you have sheets of paper in here on this also.
You should have the final report.
Who are we missing yet?
Thank you, Chair Egan, for allowing me to address the Winnebago County Supervisors Board today. Limiting my discussion to the task force, the ad hoc long day, ad hoc task force on per diems on that. On February 28th of this year, Winnebago County Board of Supervisors considered resolution number 191-022023 to establish this task force. The resolution passed, and a slate of 7 task force members was selected by the chair on March 21st. From the beginning, it was our objective to make as many comparisons as possible to arrive at a consensus for our recommendation to the Judiciary and Public Safety Committee. The final report was submitted to JPS on August 7th for their consideration, which brings us to today where this task force is presenting our report to this board. Not for consideration, as that will be on the Supervisors Board meeting on agenda on September 19th. The task force had 9 meetings, April 3rd through the 26th, where we discussed this issue with the assistance of the County Clerk's Office and Corporation Counsel, who were in attendance. Started with special thanks for the County Clerk, Julie Barthels, Deputy Clerk Cassie Smith-Greger, on providing many reports to us and doing a lot of the legwork for us, too. Also want to ask, give special thanks to our Corporation Counsel's Office, Marianne Miller, and Paralegal Tori Kinderman, and others that have provided the legal guidance which we needed necessary to complete this report. At this time, I'd like to review some of the important factors this ad hoc task force and per diems considered. Most important charts that were considered by this task force were, I'm going to start now. Okay, Appendix B. It's on page 7. It is the budget for Winnebago County supervisors from the years 2013 to 2023. This shows the budgets and the actual amount spent. Very important to us that we looked at that. Also on that same page, there was another smaller one below it. It was the actual county spent for supervisors. That one was important to us because it showed how much was spent from the 2017 to 23, and the averages and the highs and the lows. The highs being that the highest was paid out to a particular supervisor, and the low. And some didn't have any. We found that there were, every year that there was one or two that did not have any per diem, and that was their choice. Appendix C, the pages 8 to the top of 9. We had a report that was prepared to us by Julie's office. It was for 72 committees. We was trying to get our arms around that, and we found we couldn't. And it was 72 committees and how much they were paying and things like that. We decided to reduce it down to just those counties that were over 100,000 in population. It was better for us than to consider populations of 20,000 people. So anyway, we were comparing the columns on base salary, the board chair, and the vice chair is what we were interested in. And note how many of these columns. There's some of the columns in that Appendix C that you'll see a plus sign. The plus sign denotes the fact that there is also a per diem. The counties do have a salary plus a per diem. So that is noted by that little plus sign on there. I'm going to move on to Appendix D. That's pages 9 and 10. Table of compensation for municipal boards. This was just merely a snapshot of the 20 municipalities or 21 municipalities within Winnebago County. The chart was not used in any calculation, but it was there for reference. It was kind of an eye-opener for us, but it was still not, we never used those numbers for anything. Appendix E, page 11, that is the current and suggested compensation for Winnebago County supervisors, chair, vice chair, and committee chairs. There are 3 parts to this page. The first starts with the current compensation paid, very obvious there. Next is the comparison by counties and with both the range and the average. And then the final is the suggestion by this ad hoc per diem task force to be passed on to JPS. Some of the key findings in that last part of it. Currently, the only method of compensating our supervisor is by a per diem policy. The supervisors currently have a budget of $125,000. So $125,000 divided by 36 supervisors is $3,472.22 a year. And basically, there's 2 levels of per diem paid, depending on the type of meeting attended. The first per diem is for attendance at scheduled county board meetings of $75 a meeting. Second, for attending committee, commission, or boards, and boards not county board, $50 per meeting. Also, there's a payment for mileage to and from each of these meetings that is determined by IRS guidelines, currently at 0.655 per mile. Since that was an IRS issue, we did not include this in any of our comparisons or recommendations. That will still go on no matter what. Appendix F is a sample. This is where we have submitted to the JPS a possible resolution. This was really put together by our general counsel's office. We gave them some direction on it, and they, because they're the ones that are looking for all the places where something is mentioned in the resolutions or the rules, that they did that. On G, pages 15, 16, and 17, that was the ordinance, and that's in the rules in that little binder that you get, the little spiral. Again, provided by the task force, but then general counsel did most of the work on it. Appendix H, 18 through 28. That is just a briefing of the copies of the rules and some of the resolutions on there. So if you ever wanted to look at it and see, okay, where did we get that information? One of the things we did not touch, we brought it up, but we did not touch it, it was the citizen members. Citizen members of our commissions and boards are very important to Winnebago County. Our task force charter did not request that the task force examine this compensation package. And it wouldn't be fair to take away the per diems and quit paying them. So we just decided to leave that alone. Maybe at some point we can change that, but if not, that's not something that was in our venue at all. Important notice, there's an important notice I gotta leave with this. Very important. Any changes to the Winnebago County compensations would only be effective during the next term, which the election date is in April that they take over, the new term. If this new compensation is approved by this board on September 19th, Wisconsin statute will not permit the effective date to be until the elections of the 2024 and 2026 term. That's all I have for you right now. Everything is, the final report was submitted to the JPS. I'm not sure if they're going to make any changes to the resolutions or the ordinance on that.
Supervisor Hintz.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I wasn't sure if you were going to continue on through the actual resolution and whatnot, but how is that going to work for planning and zoning, who actually has 3 meetings every month, when it says $75 per committee?
Yeah. I don't know that we ever considered that, did we?
No, we just said
No.
there would be some people who would be working more committees than others, and we
Yeah.
decided that we just we were gonna have to simply set a salary.
But that's one
Yeah.
committee that meets 3 times a month and has to meet 3 times a
Okay,
month.
could you call her? Okay.
Yeah. Don't touch it. We did discuss that there will be some who'll be having more committee assignments and meeting assignments than others, and we were not able to address that and make different tiers of salary compensations, and chose simply to say supervisors will be making this much, there'll still be mileage, but whether you're serving on one committee or 3 or 4, that's what we decided, go just strictly with a salary, a flat salary.
So would that not be a potential situation where people would not want to serve on planning and zoning because they're showing up for 3 meetings a month and they're only getting compensated the same as someone who shows up for 1 meeting a month?
That may happen, and if that's their choice, that's their choice. People who want to serve on planning and zoning and find it important will decide to do that, and those who don't, I don't think any of us pick our committees based on, oh wait, I want to work on this one because it's got more meeting times. I don't think we choose it that way.
No, but some people will alter their schedule for the meetings because at least they have a chance to, I'm not saying they're doing it for financial reasons, but they have some chance to recoup some of their wages that they would have lost if they're, say, taking a morning off to make a meeting or something like that. Because, like I said, one committee meets 3 times a month, 2 mornings, 1 evening meeting.
That's a
Yeah.
good point.
Asked and answered. We knew that there was going to be some inequality about how much certain people were putting in and certain people were not putting in, and we went with the salary.
It's one of the things that we also considered. There's the next initiative, which Jason is going to be bringing up here, on the committees and what the structure is going to look like. We had no idea what that was going to be. That can be changed to anything, so we didn't know, how many people will be on committees, and because the committees are, in all honesty, to make it a better system for us, the committees may be combined. So we knew that might be changed. Some of the counties did have salary, and then they had salary plus a per diem, a smaller per diem. It was not $75 or $50, but for committee meetings, things like that. That's something that we may want to consider that from JPS on that, but at this point in time, we did not consider that. because we just don't know how big the committee structure is going to be, quite frankly.
Supervisor Zelmer.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to thank all of the supervisors that worked on this committee and came up with the recommendation. This is a pretty steep increase, and I think the voters of Winnebago County would not like what we're doing because of the big increase. So I think all of us should rethink this in our own heads. What are our constituents going to say? And I bet most of them would say, no, keep what you got. Thank you very much.
Supervisor Hanson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. First and foremost, to everyone on the committee, especially to you, to Betsy Ellenberger and the county clerk's office, and everyone that did gather all of the information for the appendices. Great work. No reason to ever question that any of that information is not accurate. I too echoed a little bit Supervisor Zelmer's concern, but also understand that it's for next term, and if you look at the data, Winnebago County is a little bit farther behind than even some of the local municipalities. So this really kinds of makes it a little bit more competitive, and hopefully to encourage some people to run that may not have considered that beforehand. I visited with you separately because I heard very clearly what Supervisor Eisen said at JPS, and I'm hearing what Supervisor Hint says now. I would be willing to consider an amendment to the resolution on any additional per diem, with the exception of planning and zoning, or if anyone is attending, say, like NACO conferences, et cetera, that on those, only with board chair approval. They can't just attend and then submit a permission. It must be done prior to, in a submission and agreed by the county board chair to attend additional conferences, maybe even up to, say, 10, 15, 20 a year, whatever it might be. That, I think, would be something to consider. But again, to Supervisor Zelmer's, I really think, too, this might encourage people to run that may have not considered it before.
I think you're right about that. I can speak firsthand to that. A couple of years ago, I had a call from he was a trustee, and he said, I'm thinking about running for the Winnebago County Supervisor. Very competent person, and he was thinking about it. He said, Jim, what is it going to pay? And I gave him some numbers on it. And he said, how many meetings? And I told him how many meetings. And then he said, do you have committee meetings? Oh, yeah, we have committee meetings too. Yeah. How much is it paid then? And I was able to give it to him. He said, Jim, my time is worth more than that. And these are the best and brightest people that are just standing outside the ranks right now. And if we're, like, I don't know who brought it up, somebody brought it up about we're probably the second lowest right now in all the counties, so, you know.
Supervisor Beam.
Yeah, I have a question. The 150,000 that we're currently paying, does that include the chairman's and vice chair's salary as well?
I believe it does.
So then this is quite a significant increase.
Yes.
Yeah, and I kind of have to agree with Supervisor Zelmer. That's going to be quite a change. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Supervisor Harrison.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I also was part of that committee. One point I wanted to make, for Supervisor Hintz, I think if I read it right, it was that extra money was paid for the chairman, but if there's another supervisor on it, he doesn't get paid, it's his normal salary, right?
That's correct,
So that
yes.
might have been what he thought. So
Yes, it is
chairman
not
of
double.
3 or 4
Yeah.
that are only meet, they would get paid
Yeah.
like that. That was the only ones, not the other supervisors.
Yeah.
That was one thing there. So
Yeah, I believe in Fond du Lac that they do.
Yeah.
They get paid a salary, but then they also get the supervisor's salary too, so.
Great. And the thing that we found in me going to Mako and doing all these different things, I noticed that we're way underpaid. I mean, I know you're saying it not, but everything we came up with, we're way underpaid. So, and we have the most supervisors. Those are the two issues that when I went there and all the research and that, and to me, you know, again, it doesn't affect us. It's whoever will be here next year. Okay, that's number one. So we're not doing it selfishly for ourselves. It has nothing to do with us. It's for the future. And I look at it as it's for our kids' future. Okay? You know, as this board is a certain age it is, but the kids will become younger and want to get involved. Will they get involved? To me, I felt in what we talked about is that there's a lot of us that have been on terms for a long time and nobody challenges. But now if there was a value on it, that there's a reason to be it. And I know as being a supervisor this year, you just can't do the minimum here. You shouldn't be doing the job then, to be honest with you. You have to go to extra meetings, you have to go to committees, you have to do some research, you have to do stuff. It's not just go to a meeting, maybe miss one or two. That's not this job. But I think if you put money, a value on it, a person will work a little harder. I probably have to go to that meeting. I probably can't miss that meeting. I shouldn't, you know, as a supervisor, I'm obligated to do it. I'm represented. But if you're getting 50, 75, sometimes you say, nah, I'm going to take it and do it. I'm not saying we're doing it, but that comes up in their thoughts a lot of times. And you know, we're overpaid. Other counties, cities, and townships, every person I talked to said, we're reviewing ours because we're way underpaid. So everyone is in the same boat we are. They realize that their employees are not. I think this would help, or we thought that would help, that we get more people would run if there's a value on it, that the job is a valuable job and it has a dollar figure. You know, we have 36 supervisors. We doubled the pay by doing this. If we didn't do it, there's only one other way to keep it the same, and I'm not going to tell you what that is. Okay? But thank you. We did a great research. There's a lot of stuff in it. I think this is it's an opportunity for our future and our kids. Thank you.
Thank you.
Vice Chairman Fari.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Let me start by thanking the ad hoc committee, all the work you've done, as have been said and stated. In particular, the newer supervisors don't recall, but I have been an advocate for a salary for this board for many years. And I've tried to put it in the budget. It was always rejected. So I'm very hopeful that this will be approved, and I certainly will support it. Thank you once again for all your work.
Thank you, sir.
Supervisor Bender.
The main reason that I was in favor of a salary versus a per diem, basically you have to keep track of how many meetings you go to. You only get 60 a month or 60 a year, half days. And I'm really close every year. We presented 3 times to JPS. I never put them down because I'll be over my 60 and then it'll come to the board and they'll say, well, you know, you should have kept track of them. You shouldn't have taken them. So I didn't take them right up front. You know, there's other meetings that I go to. The only meetings I take is if I'm a member of that committee and I'm at that committee, I take it. But otherwise, I would run over my 60 minutes meetings that I can take per year. So this way you eliminate that. I can go to any meeting I want to go to. I don't have to worry about, well, can I put it down or can't I put it down? The chairman has to put on the slip, this is an invitation, there's no per diem being paid, because people were taking those meetings. They were going to the invitations and wanting to get paid for it. And as far as the pay, what we did was a wage study, no different than we did for our employees. Our employees got $2.9 million so we could bring them up to a fair salary so they felt like they were being made whole. That's all we did here. You're not at the top of the rung, you're not at the bottom of the rung, you're at the middle of the rung. So if you don't think that you're worth what the average supervisor makes, then vote it down. Apparently you don't think you're worth much. You know, you should be worth what the average supervisor gets paid in basically, you know, our state. I mean, it's like, that's all we did. It's a wage study. We took the average wage that a supervisor makes, and that's what we recommended you to basically approve. If you don't think that you're an average supervisor and you're doing an average job, then I guess don't vote it down and take less money. But that's all you're getting. You're not to the top of the rung. You're not to the bottom of the rung. That's where you are now. You're going to be at the average. Just like we do for our other elected officials. When the sheriff comes due and the clerk, we look at the other counties and we say, well, we got to give them a 4% raise because the sheriff's making more here. And then we vote their raise in for them. We don't do that for ourselves. We always think, well, you know, we don't need to make that. These are basically service jobs. Well, when you don't get people running for these jobs, to me, what that's telling me is people don't want to do the community service. They don't want to put 20 hours a month in for basically no pay. If they want basically a part-time job, they'll get one. So I think that you should pass this, and it'll be a whole lot better than what we had in the past.
Thank you.
Supervisor Stafford.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just want to say thank you to Supervisor Wise and the entire task force. I can't state it enough that they came to JPS several times. They went through several presentations and a lot of rigor. And I just want to thank you for that, because this was not easy work.
No.
And this is like unsung heroes kind of for me in terms of all the time and effort that went into it. And I think it will yield a lot of great results as we start going through the resolution or resolutions. And I would just ask the board that as we look at the resolutions going forward, we go back to this document, because this will be a great source document for that conversation. So that's it. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Supervisor Eisen.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Salary compensation that we're considering is something that is unique to Winnebago County. So we want to get the shoe that fits our foot. I thoroughly acknowledge a need to increase Winnebago County Board of Supervisors compensation. I've been privileged to be here a few years, and I can testify to the reticence of past boards to give themselves even an extra $5 increase. However, a level salary of $6,000 annual for all services paid to each supervisor, in my opinion, is not the answer. Consider your own experience in dealing with constituent service and service on committee, commissions, and boards and other meetings. Work performed on the county board by supervisors is uneven among us 36 supervisors, overcompensating some and undercompensating others. In a survey conducted by the Ad Hoc Committee Structure Task Force among 18 Winnebago County supervisor responders, 5 were on 2 committees, 9 were on over 2 committees, 3 were on 1 committee, and there was 1 no answer. Now, what are supervisors compensated for? We're compensated for attending county board meetings, addressing constituent concerns, attending committee, commission, and board meetings, and attending special educational ad hoc committee meetings locally, statewide, and nationwide. Supervisors are compensated for meetings attended. So what is my proposed solution? All supervisors addressing constituent concerns and attending county board meetings form a base of activity which I propose to compensate supervisors equally with a proposed salary of $3,000 annually. So you get paid $3,000 to come to county board meetings and to answer your constituents' questions. And as an incentive to serve on committees, commissions, boards, as well as special educational and ad hoc meeting attendance, I propose a per diem of $100 for a full day. That's over 4 hours. Or $75 for a half day. That's 4 hours or less. I find this a most equitable manner to compensate Winnebago County supervisors after serving here for at least a decade. Those who accept more responsibility get paid more. Those content with a minimum of effort receive a base pay for their participation and service to their constituents. Now, wouldn't you agree with me that a base pay plus per diem is preferable to a straight salary? By incentivizing membership on committees, commissions, and boards, and participation in other assigned meetings, we are avoiding having to recruit participation in local and distant county affairs. We're avoiding having to twist somebody's arm to get them to go to 3 planning meetings twice a month, 6 meetings, getting paid the same amount as the guy that rolls out of bed for 1 or 2 county board meetings a month. The choice is yours.
Supervisor Depperding.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I also want to praise this task force for putting in all of this work and all of this effort. And in regards to what Supervisor Eisen said, I think that we shouldn't undermine the work that this task force has done. They've put a lot of work into this, and I don't think, this is what the task force was for, is to put the research into it and make a conclusion after looking at all of their research, and that's exactly what they have done. This is what has been presented to us. And also, there are some people on this board that are fully retired, and this is something that they're doing to give back to the community. And then there are other supervisors out there that still have bills to pay. They still have a mortgage to pay. And there is a lot of time that we're putting into this job. Part of this, one of the presentations that we listened to today was all the applications for spirit funds. That's a lot of money, and that's a lot more work on our plate. That is a lot of work on our plate. For me, just from the neighborhood grant, I have already had not meetings with other supervisors, but having coffee with people working in nonprofits to talk about how the grant has been coming along, and figure out just looking at the operations for some of these nonprofits that have received this money, because that is our job as supervisors. We supervise. So we have a lot of money that we're going to be in charge of, a lot more money that we're going to be in charge of, and how it's going to be spent. That is a lot more work that we're putting on our plate. And so because of that, like I said, we still have a light bill to pay at home. We still have mortgages to pay. We still have children to support for in their future as well. So this is for us, this is just simply a proper compensation of our time, and we do not want to disenfranchise we do not want to disenfranchise our constituents. We do not want to disenfranchise people for wanting them to not run, disincentivizing them to not run, because they're going to realize just how much time we put into this, and then they're going to say, this is how much I'm getting, for all of this work. I mean, how am I actually going to live? How am I going to pay for my own groceries? And so there's only 24 hours in the day, and the cost of living is going up, and we just simply have to meet that. So I think that this is this is going to be the proper route to take of what's been presented to us. And I'm certainly open to amendment as well, per what Supervisor Hanson said, in regards to those that want to get a little bit more involved, whether it be the Wisconsin Counties Association or NACO as well. That's something that we can do with the amendment process, and we can have that discussion going forward. But I think that what the ad hoc task force has presented is the one that I agreed on, and that's why I supported this. That's why I supported this at the committee level at JPS. So that's all I have. Thank you.
Supervisor Cox.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have to agree with Doug Selmer, and that how the constituents out in the rest of the county take a look at our spending. They argue in various ways, calling up or sending us emails or whatever, that we're not giving enough attention to them when it comes to having to spend on a grant or spend on something else. We should limit our spending, stay away from raising, the amount of money that we, pocket ourselves. We had an excess committee report come out that pushed us up $6,000 more than what we should have taken. For whatever reason, a lot of these fellows taken extra time at different committee meetings or whatever. That was basis for trying to find a way to limit our committees, or raise our salaries. I have to look at what Paul had to say, Paul Eisen as well, in that a per diem in addition to a salary would help bring people to the meetings and have them not forget their responsibility with regard to the committees. We don't have a position for that. Or you haven't taken a position on that. It looks like you're cutting out all the per diems and looking directly at a salary. I wonder if this is really a good idea. The people out, the people that we represent aren't going to, view it as something. We're doubling I believe we're doubling from 120,000 to 200,000. The cost of running a board like this, and the budget of our chairman. So I don't think that I'm going to be willing to vote for this based on just the additional money that we're seeing. That's all I have.
Supervisor Robinson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mine is for Mike Collard. So if this gets passed, so no longer, like if, right now you have to turn in your per diem, right? So with the salary, would you be forced to get paid?
Well, with the salary, the supervisors could choose to waive the salary, but it's my understanding, and I'd certainly defer to Corporation Counsel on this, that you may be liable to pay income tax
That's what
on
I'm
the
saying,
salary,
and-
even though you waive it, because you're
And
legally
right now,
entitled to it.
I'm not liable.
Yeah.
Or, right now, you're not liable if you don't take the pay. Is that not correct?
Well, now we don't have any way of knowing what per diem you would have had if you had claimed it, so.
Right.
Perhaps a little bit of a gray area there if you were
So,
entitled to
but
it.
that means, in other words, if this salary gets passed, then you will be taxed. Is that right, Corporate Counsel?
Yes, it is.
Yeah. That's all I got.
Let me follow up on that if you don't mind. I'm not an accountant,
I'm not gonna do it.
but yes, should you get taxed for it, you can always donate that money.
No, I'm not gonna do it. I
Okay.
won't. I'll resign or
Okay.
I will not go.
Okay, thank you.
Oh,
Oh, go ahead.
I'm done.
if you're receiving a salary and choosing not to take it, and you're taxed on that salary, the salary's coming out of the money that you would have been receiving. It's not like they're going to say, now you have to pay more income tax, because wouldn't the tax come out of that salary amount, whether they took it or not?
If they don't take a salary, there would not be a taxable event.
That's not what they just said, though, is it?
No, that's my understanding. If there's no salary, if the supervisors elect not to take a salary, if the board says we approve this resolution and it's going to be $500 a month, if, let's say, you decide not to take that salary and donate your time or whatever, then there's no taxable event.
That's what I wanted to know. Thank you.
Supervisor Nussbaum.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Part of the reason of looking at getting rid of the per diem is to lighten the workload of the clerk, correct?
That is correct, yes.
I have a question before I call on the next one. It says in the statutes that they have to keep track and do so many meetings, Supervisor Bender just said. Is the clerk's office still going to have to count all the meetings?
Not, well, if you add a per diem, I mean, if there is an amendment. Microphone? Sorry, Mary. I could hear you without a microphone. Anyway. And you know I say that. Yeah, okay. If the board decides to add a per diem to the salary component, there are statutes which basically say you can only attend a certain number of days, and I'm just trying to look at, so when there's a population of at least 100,000 but less than 750,000, it talks about 30 days. It talks about supplementary compensation. So, I mean, there's that piece as well. But at this point, with what the task force put together, as you see, there was no per diem considered. I mean, it was considered, but the ultimate decision was just go with a straight salary.
Supervisor Dowling.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just want to take time to thank you and the task force for putting this together. I was actually watching Judge Judy relaunched. So I was watching it with my kids, and during the show, she had made a comment to someone about how they were making $250 a week, which was a living wage. And my kids burst out laughing. In their little business that they own, they make a little bit more than that. And they can't even drive a car yet. So for other supervisors who are just hesitant or, like me, nervous about seeing numbers like this on a page, I just request that you look into your community, find out what rent costs or what your Starbucks or your local mom and pop hardware store are paying their employees. So I very much appreciate all the research that you guys did, and it's very thorough, so thank you.
Thank you. Some of the time, that's very good, yes, thank you for that. One of the things I look at this board and I say, okay, we got 36 supervisors here. We're responsible for what, $177 million. You're a board of directors. Each one of you are on the board of directors. $177 million, not counting the $33 million that we're also going to be looking at too. It just staggers me, my mind, that each one of us are responsible for that money. It just, after, what is it, 11 votes, and it's gone. So we have budget coming up. Yeah, thank you.
Supervisor Stara.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So Supervisor Wise, I want to thank you. It's great to have you as a chair and to serve on the committee with you, or the task force. It's my understanding that we really were not, at the end of the day, considering the burden or the amount that the clerk's office was spending. I believe on our final narrative that was not something that was an issue as to why. Is that correct?
That's correct. I was hoping Betsy would, she was responsible for that item. I don't know if that ever crossed your desk as far as how much time you were putting in every week or every month on this.
I want to know if you want to say something first.
Okay.
I think it was 9.
Our part-time employee works on this, and it takes her at least 2 full days each month. So you're saying about 9 hours a month to keep track of, and that's going through the per diems themselves and just checking to make sure that someone hasn't put down, if they're attending 2 meetings a day, that they've put down the right amount of time. So she goes through them, and then they go to the chairman to sign. Then when they come back, we have to go through them one more time to record how many meetings that you've attended to make that report of the access committee days.
Okay.
But I will say, please do not make this determination on what my office has to do, because we will do whatever needs to be done. But I do like the idea of the salary.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Supervisor Schellinger.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Supervisor Wise, for leading this task force, for putting so much time and effort into the report. I know we collected a lot of information. We had a lot of conversations. One thing I guess I wanted to share and request for folks who might think about bringing a per diem amendment. One of the reasons that I think we started to shy away from a per diem was when we thought about the totality of administering a per diem. So in addition to the clerk having to actually go through and verify things and keep track of the 60 days, and somebody in accounting having to put a whole bunch of numbers manually into the payroll, it's also the chairman who has to verify that people were supposed to be at the meeting, that they were not just attending because they wanted to learn a little bit more, but they had a specific purpose. And there's a lot of situations that board members found themselves in that weren't as clear as, I am assigned to be on this committee, and so I'm taking my per diem. And so Supervisor Binder talked about attending this task force's presentations at JPS. I think that's a pretty good example. I attended those by Zoom because I didn't have a specific speaking role necessarily, but maybe there was a question. I was responsible for questions on one particular table, and I think that's one that under our current setup, it's not really clear if that would be a meeting that I would be eligible to take a per diem. And so if you are thinking about bringing a resolution forward or an amendment to this that would add a per diem, I would also request that you think about proposing some protocol for what would actually qualify as an earned meeting or a countable or per diemable. I don't know, just made that up, I guess. But a meeting that would count for this submission, because I think one of the things that we tried to do as a task force was take subjectivity out of it. We heard a little bit about, if we incentivize meeting attendance with a per diem, that there's some equity in that. We also heard at the very beginning, and one of the reasons this task force was set up was because I think there was a feeling that there were some people who were sort of just chasing committee assignments to add extra money to what they were taking from this position. And some of that was even being done perhaps without necessarily a compensatory contribution to the multiple committees that people were being assigned. I don't take one opinion on that one way or another. I have been very far removed from a lot of the process conversations and whatnot, but I think just some context to some of the early conversations that made a per diem system a little bit unwieldy, and based on sort of how it's gotten to this point, a little unregulated. So thank you.
Supervisor Eisen.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I've got one piece of advice to every supervisor attending this meeting. And that piece of advice to vote on this issue at the next meeting is do the math. I've doodled two hypotheticals. If you put a base salary of $3,000 and $100 a day for a full day, $75 for a half day. Hypothetical one, you get a $3,000 base salary. You belong to two committees and you go to one meeting a month. So you go to 24 meetings a year. At $75 a meeting, that's $1,800. So you go to 4 WCA events in a year, whether it's to Madison, to a legislative day, or if you belong to a steering committee, or if you go to an educational seminar. Suppose you do 4 of them at $100 a day, that's $400. And what if you went to one NACO event a year, which was 3 days, and you got $100 a day? So you'd end up with $5,500, and that's only being on 2 committees, going to 4 WCA events and 1 NACO event. Hypothetical 2. Suppose you're on the Planning and Zoning Committee that meets 4 times a month. 4 times a month. Let me get through this. I'm not that good at math to change in the middle of the stream. $3,000. You'd get $1,800 for going to 4 meetings a month. You belong to 2 other committees. You have another $1,800 a month. You go to WCA at $400, and you go to NACO at $300. So you got a salary of $7,300. Now you can discount that for $900. Okay, that'd be $6,200. Thank you, Andy. So the point I'm trying to make is please do the math. Count the committees you are on, multiply it by $75, add the number of WCA events you go to, add the NACO events you go to, $75 or $100, depending upon a full day or a half day, and do the math. And if you make more money at $6,000, vote on a salary. If you can make more money with a smaller salary, but a per diem on top of it, do that. But the point, the real concern that I would have from my experience these years on the board is that you've got to incentivize the supervisors coming on board to join committees, to attend state and national events so that they can bring the knowledge, you can bring the knowledge home and share it with your fellow supervisors. And I challenge you to do the math. We'll see you next time.
Thank you. Supervisor Nichols.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My question actually has nothing to do with the ad hoc committee proposal. Thank you for your work on that. I have a clarifying question for the corporate counsel. And in the draft resolution that is presented in their packet, at the very end it says, the vote required for passage is 3/4 of the members present. In the draft resolution that was included in the, and discussed and voted on at the JPS meeting regarding the next issue on our agenda, the committee structure, it says that a majority is required. And so I have too many versions of the county board rules to know what's the most current one.
Sure.
So can you, and there was discussion about this at the JPS meeting, is it 3/4 or is it majority? So can we get that straightened out tonight so we don't have this discussion in 2 weeks?
The committee structure vote would be a majority based on this board passing a resolution at the time you first took seating, which indicated that if there was anything regarding committee structure, it would only require a majority vote.
Can you tell us what rule that is, or not?
It was
if not
it
right
was a
now.
resolution.
Yep.
Hold on a second, see if I have it. Yeah, it was Resolution 30-04-2022, and it specifically said, all Winnebago County Board of Supervisor rule changes affecting committee structure shall be postponed to a later time, and Winnebago County Board Supervisors shall adhere to the usually organizational majority voting requirement at said meeting. So that was passed in April of 2022.
At the organizational meeting.
Or the meeting thereafter. I'm not
Okay.
sure. I know that it was because that was something that was specifically voted on and passed.
Okay.
Now, the reason you're talking about a 3/4 vote for this resolution is because it does not involve committee structure.
Thank you for clarifying that.
You're welcome.
Supervisor Stafford.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I am curious, and sorry to put you on the spot, since you are chair, it's hard for you to talk sometimes because you're managing all of us. And we're a boisterous crowd. Yeah, that is a hard job, let me tell you. But you have a unique perspective being a chair, and we talk a lot about the process. What do you think of changing the process from a chair's point of view, or from your own?
I guess the real part, it really don't bother me. I think the chair, and it's the chair, we're gonna say the chair, not me. I think that's an awful salary increase for that person sitting there. I just think that it's an awful lot. Yeah, there's things that go on behind the scenes a lot of you don't even know about, but it's still, that's an awful big jump. I mean, whether it be me or anybody, I'm sure they'd be more than happy to take it. But I just don't know how, like say if it was put to a referendum, if it would actually pass. I mean, if the people out there, I have to agree with these people. But on the other hand, I went to a lot of their meetings and seen what they went through, and I see all the data that they collected to go through all of this. And so it wasn't something that they just come up at what they thought should be right. So after watching what all they went through and all the other data and that they got, then I would have to say, yes, I'd probably go along with it. But as chairman, looking at how much, say if I would get to be here again, and if I had to get that kind of a raise, my wife would probably jump up and down, but I don't know what my people out in the country would think. So, it'd be hard to say. I mean, I got along with per diems and all that for a long time, and I can remember when they went up to from 50 to 75, and holy mackerel, it was the board I thought was gonna go right down in, and I know my chairman here, he's been trying to get salary for a long time, so I know I'm beating around the bush here, but I can go either way on it. I'll have to really think about it these next 2 weeks myself, but I can tell you, this ad hoc committee put an awful lot of work into it, and I don't think I could have got any better, 7 or 9, I think it was 7 people that was on there, because all of them was in there. All of them had their 2 cents to put in work, and when they went ahead and studied something, they each had their own areas and did it. So hats off to all of them. I got around that pretty easily, but I'm going to have to think about it really, really hard. If I was voting out there, I'd probably say no, I wouldn't go for it with that kind of raise. But to get more people in here, if we can get more young people in here, or more people that are willing to serve on this board, all the more power to it. Let's bring them in. We've got to do that. It takes money and campaign to bring them in. That's what we got to do.
Thank you.
Jim, nice job.
Thank you.
Oh, I think.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah, I think I got Brian Stafford speaking.
That's all, yes, that's all I had, yes.
Okay. Oh, I'm sorry.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Number one, I want to say, way to go with your committee, just in the very fact that everybody had a hand in accomplishing what you accomplished.
Yes,
It's difficult to get
Yeah.
everybody
This
doing
is
their part.
6 phenomenal people here.
Yeah, so way to go, all of you. Thank you. Specifically, my question is, if we are going to the WCA meeting, annual meeting, is that included in the per diem, which would then also include NACO and I know there are a couple of committees that I'm on.
Steering committees.
I think it's separated.
That's what those are called?
Can you answer that, Mike?
I'm on JPS and I'm on Human Services on a statewide level. Those are
Yes,
those are
yes,
steering
exactly.
committees.
Does that go on to per diem? Or is it included in that $500 a month?
Oh, you mean the salary you're talking about?
Correct.
I think this.
I was never clear if that was,
Salary includes everything, correct?
Yes. Yeah, the way it,
I'm not sure.
the way it's drafted and the intent, I thought, was that that $500 would include everything.
everything, so,
Yes, that's why there was a discussion as to whether there should be a per diem added for going to substantive events, like a NACO conference or something like that.
okay, and then.
But that was not what the task force, the task force considered it, but then the ultimate decision was to just go with a straight salary.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you. I wasn't real clear on that. But one is able to then ask for mileage, correct?
Yes.
All right. So I've done 2 of them. I want to say to you, Mr. Chairman, you do, in addition to trying to keep us in hand, you do the timesheets for per diem. You go to special meetings all over the place. You get to meet with us individually if we've got questions to find out how to make things happen. And that's a huge amount of time that you spend doing this.
Yes.
A huge amount of time. So, again, thank you. And I know that's not just specifically you, it would be any chairman, but the very fact that you've taken that position says to me that you are invested in this. And that's huge.
Thank you. Well, when I decided that I was going to take that, and I talked to some of you and this and that, that I'd be interested in it, I didn't plan on charging for every little dime thing, although I ran into some things I didn't know I was going to run into, but other than that, but no, it's been interesting. So,
The whole thing is interesting. Thank you.
Supervisor Zelmer.
Hi, I'll make this quick because there may be some of us that have to get up at 6 a.m. to milk the cows or feed the chickens. Look around, everybody. There's a lot of really good supervisors in this room that are dedicated, and they're doing a great job with the current compensation. Because I think in everybody's mind, they say, well, maybe I'd like to get more, but number one, they're dedicated to the county. And I don't think that's going to diminish at all if we're making more money. So I would be in favor of really not increasing anything, because I think we have a very good board with a lot of common sense, and I wouldn't want it to turn into a board of elitists. We are a common person board. Thank you.
Supervisor Hintz.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just wanted to kind of bring this around full circle because I started out coming in saying I wasn't happy with some of this. I will support this the way it is. I'm still not happy with that part of it, but I want to say I think it's great that you got us in the middle. You didn't aim for high middle, you didn't aim for low middle. You just said, okay, we're going to get our nice little spot right in the middle instead of being second to last in the entire state. We're now around 35, 36, somewhere in that area. And that in and of itself is commendable because that's showing how much restraint was shown in past boards and in paying themselves. And I just want to say that an overwhelming majority of people, when I tell them what we get compensated for county board, there's a chuckle, there's a laugh, are you serious? And even when I first told my bowling league team, I won't say what beverage it was, but a certain beverage came out of one of their noses when I explained it to them. So the fact that I wouldn't have to deal with that again because we would be being paid in accordance with the rest of the state, I think that's where we need to be. Thank you.
Supervisor Buck.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Boy, I agree with a lot of the things that are being said here tonight. Bottom line for me, our country relies on a engaged and civil electorate, and those who have been around a long time, the Supervisor Faris, the Supervisor Egans, Supervisor Gabbard, I know I'm forgetting a few, but Supervisor Binder maybe, and others, know that a lot of times these county board elections, there's nobody running against you. And maybe up until this last election, maybe changed a few things. There was quite a few people running, but in years past, there wasn't a lot of people running for county board positions. They'd have to be you'd have to hustle, I guess, around to get somebody to run. But that's not what we should be about. I guess we should want competition, healthy competition in our communities. And so, for the folks that are questioning the salary here and is it too much, I guess, like folks in Congress do, they donate some of that back. So some of those folks that maybe don't agree with that, you can always donate that salary back. And I guess Supervisor Eisen ended with, ask yourself one thing. I guess my thing is, how much is your time worth at the end of the day? So that's all I have. Thank you.
Supervisor Harrison.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just wanted to bring up a point here. Chairman Weiss, it brought up that it was 125,000 and we average it out, it's 3472, right?
Correct, yes.
Also, there's probably, I think, 2 or 3 people that don't take any, so that'll be higher if you took an average and those people took it.
Yeah.
The second thing is when I became a supervisor, I had no idea what I could or could not take. And at the beginning, I didn't take a lot of stuff because I didn't know I was eligible. If I went to meetings, certain ones I did that. So that, and I'm just one, but I don't know if there's anybody else that was new that didn't get what they should have. So if you did take this, talking about this resolution, and you added like $600 more to the average, right now, they're getting about $4,000 on an average now, if you took all that into account.
Yeah, that's
So
correct.
if you did that proposal of possibly doing 3,000 salary, you'd be going backwards. And then not everybody goes to NACO. I mean, certain people go to a different conference, not everyone would go. So if you get one or two people, or I think the most I saw at one was 5. So, you know, that when you talk about adding that stuff, if they would go, but do they go, you know, like I said. So I think, you know, we're not talking that much of an increase from what we're already getting paid, if you take the numbers the real way. You know? And I think you got to take into account, and I've learned it myself, there's a lot more to this job than I thought. I have to do a lot more stuff. I have to get more, you know, knowledge. I have to ask questions. I have to go to different committees to find out what they're talking about. You just can't take a piece of papers that we just got right here now and make a decision without having some research. Thank God you guys did it, we did it, but, you know, you can't do it unless you do some research of your own, checking things out.
Sure.
And that takes
Sure.
a lot more than just the basic stuff. And that's why a lot of people can't believe we get paid what we do. But there's a lot more to the job. And I think in the years to come, we'll get better quality people that really want to get involved more, that are more maybe career, that had a career at something in that space or an area, buildings, whatever, that would help increase this. And I know we've got a good group. I understand that. We have a really great group. But I'm looking at the future, because who knows what it'll be like in April here. But I think we get a lot more people interested in this than we have right now.
Yes, that's true.
And I
It
think
will.
that's all positive stuff.
Yeah, it
I
should.
can't think of anything negative other than people, but I think people, when they're explained to this in the public, I didn't know that. I didn't know any of this stuff. And that's why I said you talk about this and bring it out, so now they have it, so the information, when they see that we make a decision, whichever way you go, there's common sense in that. So thank you.
Yeah, can I interject something from Supervisor Hins? Thank you very much. I've had similar circumstances there where I've been talking to people and they say, well, how much do you make as a supervisor? And I've told them that, and they just look at me and smile, same type of thing. And I said, well, what are you smiling about? And he said, my 16-year-old son is making more than that at Wendy's.
Supervisor Bender.
I'd just like to say, you know, there's a lot that goes into this job. I listen to every meeting that this county has that's on Zoom. You know, like I listened to the one on the boathouse where the walkway is on the piers, so now we can't install the boathouse. So now we got a boathouse that we got to move the sidewalk over. You know, who knows when that'll happen, maybe in spring? You know, so if you take the amount of hours I put on this, and I don't do it for the money, you know, I make sure I stay under my 60-minute or meetings, but you shouldn't be taken advantage of because you want to do good for the county. You know, we could have said that we got 900 employees that were happy with the wage they were making. Why do we got to give them a $2.9 million raise? Because it's fair. That's why we did it, because we want to treat them like a human being so they can make an honest living. You know, most of us maybe don't need this money, but you shouldn't be taken advantage of. You know, you should be able to make $15, $20 an hour. I mean, I like to donate my money, so if I can get extra money, I got more money to donate. You see how many organizations are looking for donations? Well, if you've got $6,000, you can give them some more money if you don't want to keep it yourself. So I'm all for basically passing this. I think you earn every penny you're going to get, and we wouldn't treat our employees where we say we got 900 employees, they're happy with what they're making. Why do we got to give them a raise? Because it's fair. That's why we gave them a raise. We don't want to take advantage of them. And why should we not give ourselves a raise? We're only bringing ourselves up to the middle standard. We're not going to the top, but I don't think we deserve to be on the bottom. I think we're a pretty good board. I think we deserve it.
Okay, well, I thank you, Jim, and your task force. Very knowledgeable.
Thank you.
And the next presenter, proposal on the ad hoc task force on structure review. Jacob Flom, chairman of the task force. There's handouts here for us also.
Ready?
All right. So I will try to be brief. Unfortunately, this is not a very brief topic. So I will do my best, but this is not a quick and easy explanation. So with that, we'll get started. There are a couple people I would like to thank beforehand. I'd like to thank Chairman Egan for letting the task force present our findings today, and I would like to thank the members of the task force who were involved from the outset. This was a lot of digging and a lot of research, so I'm very grateful and thankful to everybody, especially Corporation Counsel's Office, who helped craft the resolutions that came out of this and the recommendations from the task force, and the research that we had to do from a legal perspective. So with that, we'll jump right into it. And so we were established in March, if you look here, and we were established by a resolution which was 35042022. That was authored by Supervisors Astera. And so our job has been to find a right-sized suite of solutions for Winnebago County, right? Not just taking the textbook cookie-cutter items from other counties, looking at a unique committee structure for us here at our county. And so that right-sized suite of solutions is what we're tracking. And as per our charter, we're recommending the county board just that. So there is the resolution that Supervisors Astera authored. It passed the Judiciary and Public Safety Committee, passed the county board, and then the task force was formed. Chairman Egan assigned the 5 members of the task force to their posts, and we went to work from there. So if you look at the next item, I just kind of want to give us some of what we've been able to do in terms of our research. So if you look here, we've reached out to a couple of people from the legal perspective, which we needed to. Some of them included Legislative Counsel in Madison vis-a-vis the State Assembly, and then Corporation Counsel here, which did a lot of research into the statutes about what we did and did not need to abide by. And so we also involved quite a fair number of people. So this is a little bit tangential, but JPS did invite the WCA attorney and former Ozaukee County Supervisor Jacob Curtis. He gave us a presentation on Ozaukee County's committee structure. I think that was around September 2022, so about a year ago. And I know that Ozaukee County has a much more compact committee structure than we do, but we did borrow some ideas from them as well. We did have a member of the task force who also reached out to the Ozaukee County Administrator. We did invite the Fond du Lac County Executive and former Fond du Lac County Board Chairman Sam Kaufman to come present to our task force about what they do in Fond du Lac County and their committee structure as well as their county board rules. So he did give a presentation on that. And then Ledge Council and Corporation Council here. And so if we look at the documents that we've been looking at, you will find a trend that Winnebago County has tried repeatedly to look at its committee structure and time again has come up with nothing. There have been recommendations that have been put off, voted down, not adopted, but there has been research done. And we did use those resources that we had at our disposal. So that goes to the Arthur Young Report in 1987, the 1990 Task Force, the 2001 Exploration Committee, Function Committee, the overview from UW Extension, and then a couple of documents from the Counties Association. And so if we looked at our next step, we met as a task force for the first time, and we decided to do something a little bit different. We wanted to hear from other members of the county board. So we had a questionnaire that was done on SurveyMonkey, and I want to thank everybody for being patient with that. We sent questionnaires to all 36 of you. In addition, we also sent them out to the major department heads too. The department heads that are affected under the umbrella of this proposed restructuring. So we did that. Some of them were returned on paper. Some of them were returned. Most of them were returned online. We heard from about 18 county board supervisors and about 20 department heads. So actually 20, if we look here. And then I'm going to move into what we're proposing. So before I go into any of what we're proposing, I want to lay out a couple of stipulations first in the following slides. The first one is that we're going to go down to 10 major committees and boards of jurisdiction down from our current 15. And I want to give you a quick primer on what other counties in the area have. So just for example, comparing to counties that are both in the area and relatively close to our size, Winnebago, we currently have 15. Waukesha has 7, Brown County has 6, Racine has 6, Outagamie has 8, Kenosha has 7, Rock has 13, Washington has 6, Marathon has 7, Fond du Lac 5, Waushara 6, Wapaka 15, and Calumet 12. And just to note, some of those counties have very different governing models than we do. Some of them are administrator counties, some of them are administrator coordinator counties. But for the ones that are executive counties, Waukesha, Brown, Racine, Outagamie, Kenosha, Washington, and Fond du Lac are all executive level counties. And so we're going to go down to 10. That would be 9 standing and 1 special, and I'll get into that in a bit. Just the current structure is 15. And when we look at this, we have 70 supervisor member slots. This excludes legislative because legislative is special in itself, and we'll get into that why in a second. And so that's what we have there. And that also excludes the committee on committees as well, and then the more minor commissions and boards, or just the smaller ones. So, for example, ADRC, the Board of Adjustment, those are some of the other ones. We focused on the major committees and boards of jurisdiction. We'll get into that in a minute. And something else here that looks like a good bit of word salad, but essentially the Wisconsin statute is, in some cases, very stingy about what kind of composition a certain committee or board can entail. So, for example, we have here that statutorily mandated citizen members on a new committee or board that is absorbed, we must hit all of those talking points. So, for example, when we look at what we're going to do in the Health and Human Services realm, the Board of Health mandates that we have a doctor and a nurse, or a good faith effort to do so, and so that is something that we needed to maintain. So the other thing, though, that's important to note, we have a couple of consolidations that are going to make ostensibly more powerful committees or boards. With that, we have made the suggestion that citizen members who sit on, for example, this new Health and Human Services Board not be able to chair that specific body. And that is because the task force believes that if you take out your papers to run for office, and if you do the work of being a member of that certain board or committee, that only supervisors should be able to chair them. That does not apply for everything. That just applies for the specific ones that we will go over in a minute. So, for example, the Solid Waste Board, they have a citizen member who currently chairs that. That would not be impacted or affected. So if we look over here, just kind of going over that. And so the new structure. So 10 major committees and boards of jurisdiction. The total number is going to fall from 70 to 46. That excludes legislative, committee on committees, and the more minor commissions and boards. And so I know on departments, and I know a couple of people asked this, had a little bit of consternation about it. This will not impact hiring or day-to-day operations. The only thing that this does is this may change the way that certain departments may interface with us. So it doesn't affect what they do day to day. That's very important to delineate. And so just quickly, we're going to go into what composition will look like in a bit here. I have a membership key up here for people to visualize. So that kind of navy blue black circle is a supervisor, and the orange one is a citizen member. So if we look here, we're going to start with Public Works. And we looked at what other counties do in this regard, and we came to the conclusion that this was the best fit. We currently have 2 of them. It's Highway and Facility of Property Management, and 5 supervisors. That will be the new Public Works Committee. Moving on, we have Judiciary and Public Safety. And so there is something else here that I do want to mention. We also decided to tackle a couple of jurisdictions where departments are. So I'll give you a quick example here. County Clerk currently falls under the jurisdiction of Judiciary and Public Safety. We thought it would be a better idea for them to sit under Finance and Administration, which is essentially Personnel and Finance right now. We also had Veteran Services, which will go to Health and Human Services. Register of Deeds will then move to Planning and Zoning, given the fact that these specific department heads interface with these other boards and commissions and committees a little bit more often than they do with Judiciary. So we were just trying to find the best solution and the best home for these department heads, and we figured that these were the best places for them. So if you look here, 5 supervisors, the makeup will not change. Finance and Administration, so a consolidation of the following standing committees: Personnel and Finance, in addition, Information Technology. And so it will consist of 5 supervisors, and the following department will transfer into that jurisdiction. That would be the County Clerk from Judiciary and Public Safety. So we're looking at this, just a quick note, apparently in the rules we still have a microfilm department, which does not exist anymore, so that would just be struck from the rules. So 5 supervisors would be that. So now Natural Resources would be a consolidation of UW Extension and Agriculture and Education, and also the Parks Committee, 5 supervisors there. and then Health and Human Services. So this is where things get a little bit legalese, and that is that we will have a consolidation of the following standing committees and boards, and that is the Human Services Board, the Board of Health, and Parkview Health Center. The following department will transfer into the jurisdiction of Health and Human Services, and that would be Veterans Services. And so it will consist of 9 members, 6 of which will be supervisors, 3 citizen members. The citizen member should fill the requirements by statute, and currently statute calls for somebody in the medical field, whether that be a doctor or a nurse. I think it stipulates for both of them in a good faith effort to find them, and then 1 additional citizen member. So when we looked at statute, what we had to do was look at the considerations that statute laid out for these county committees and boards to have, and we had to abide by them. We could not skip over anything. So that's what we have for Health and Human Services. And this is also, something that other counties have done. We thought it was good for us. There were some directions that other counties went that we decided to not go in because, again, we were thinking of what works best for us here at our county, not what works best for Washington County. Just because Washington County does it doesn't mean that we should do it. We need a reason for why we should do it. I'm sorry, what'd you say? Okay. Yes, I will go back to public safety really quick. So if we look at JPS here, the composition of JPS won't change. However, 3 departments would leave the jurisdiction of JPS and would head to another body. So we would have here the county clerk would go to finance and administration, veterans services, the department would go to Health and Human Services, and the Register of Deeds would go to planning and zoning. Yes. Yes, the rest of it's unchanged. So in terms of the sheriff, emergency management, that remains as is.
Okay, never mind. Thank you.
Okay. Okay, so the next one is land conservation. Essentially, that's one that will remain unchanged. We had a number of conversations about this. Originally, we thought it would be good to include in a consolidation, then we decided to pull it out. And one of the reasons why was because of the same way that planning and zoning is considered because of those on-site visits, we figured that meeting times would become further and further extended. So that was a consideration that we made for land conservation. And if we look here, we have 5 supervisors, 2 citizen members. Recently, Act 32 was signed into law by the governor, which had a stipulation that says one of the citizen members must be involved in agriculture as defined by statute. Previously, that was the USDA Farm Service Agency representative. Now it's just anybody who's involved in agriculture who is willing to serve, if I interpreted that correctly. Okay. Aviation is unchanged. If we look here, the same deal, same jurisdiction over departments and the same makeup. Same deal with planning and zoning. So when you look at something like this where it's unchanged, it's the current makeup of planning and zoning. The only thing that would change here is that planning and zoning would gain jurisdiction over the Register of Deeds. And so 5 supervisors as is. And looking at the Solid Waste Management Board, same thing, would be untouched. 9 members, 5 of which will be supervisors and 4 citizen members as it is currently. This would not be subject to the rule that says that citizen members cannot be chairs. That would only apply as it currently stands for, I think, Health and Human Services. Would that be the only one? And then legislative. So one thing that we did, we had a recommendation that legislative no longer be a standing committee, but instead should become a special committee given the fluid nature of legislative. And so it will consist of the major committee and board chairs and the Winnebago County Board chairman. So that would go down to, as currently, from its current structure, down to 10 people. And so I know that some of the other legislators on the state and federal level sit in or send proxies to sit in. They cannot vote, but they are there to provide updates. If you've ever been to a legislative committee meeting, I'm sure many of you have. So if we look here, we have the minor committees, commissions, and boards. So we do understand that there are a ton more committees, commissions, and boards than what we looked at. We looked at the major 15, the big 15, if you will. And so we acknowledge that these are out there. So, for example, the committees on committees, the Board of Adjustment, the ADRC, we recognize that they're out there, but we're not going to touch them now. We would recommend their review in the not too distant future. So I have a couple of notes that I would like to add just to this specific presentation. This is not predated by any sort of agenda about the administration or the department heads or whatnot. This is by the board, for the board, to make sure that this board functions better and functions for the betterment of our citizens and our community. That is the only reason why we are doing this, and it is the only reason why we would even discuss this. So I know there have been a couple of conversations about Parkview, and that is included in this consolidation. This is not any intention to do anything with Parkview. The only change that the Parkview administration would have to do is they would interface with a slightly larger board now. So I just want to make that clear. This is by the board, for the board, to make the board a more functional organization going forward for the betterment of our community. So that's what we have. We hope that this report serves as a good basis for you guys to act. This did pass the Judiciary and Public Safety Committee and has a number of resolutions that will be headed here at the September business meeting. And I thought it would be prudent to come here today and to talk to you all about this. So with that in mind, I will take questions. I'm sure there will be a fair number of them. So fire away.
Supervisor Eisen.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to share with the board a minority kind of report. I served on the Structure Task Force. I serve on the Judiciary Committee. And I vigorously oppose any change, and I urge you to do the same. And the reason is the changes that are recommended through the ad hoc task force and judiciary are, in my opinion, unnecessary and unwarranted, because the changes create a workload burden upon the rest of us as supervisors. And it also dilutes our oversight of existing departments. In Task Force, Chairman Flom reported that the total number of slots on major committees and boards will go from 70 members assigned now, with the proposed change, to 46 on the revised 10 major units. So they're asking 46 supervisors to do the work that 70 are doing now, today. In conclusion, there's no reason to reduce the number of major committees and boards at this time. And as you have all experienced as supervisors, do you really feel the need to reduce the number of major committees? You've been on the board for 2 years. The premise that Director Mike Collard proposed in February of 2022, that supervisor turnover, other counties' experience, and past studies' recommendations have been overcome. You all have, now after all the work you've done, why would you want to change committee structure to start all over again? For your own benefit, kindly defeat the recommendation to change. As a matter of fact, the task force questionnaire to Winnebago County Board Supervisors specifically asked, should your committee be combined with another? And of the 18 recorded replies, 4 strongly disagreed, 4 disagreed, 5 were neutral, 4 agreed, 1 strongly agreed. Now, in observing the recommendation, I observe a shortcoming of the proposal structure that, in my opinion, would decimate oversight of our social services in Winnebago County. And here's the breakout. The Board of Health has 5 supervisors and 5 citizen members. That has to include a doctor and a nurse. Human Services has 5 county board supervisors and 4 citizen members. Parkview has 5 supervisors. That's 23 members that are proposed to be replaced by 9. 6 county board members and 3 citizens, one of whom must be an MD and one of whom must be a nurse. The questionnaires that were sent out to the board and to the department heads. Of the 18 replies from supervisors, 5 reported they were on 2 committees, 9 reported on over 2 committees, 3 were on 1 committee, and there was 1 no answer. Of the 18 replies, 3 said they were underworked. 13 said they worked just right, and 2 said they were overworked. Of the 18, degree of satisfaction with committee participation, 10 were very satisfied, 4 were somewhat satisfied, 2 were neutral, and 1 reply was somewhat dissatisfied. And if you go on the other side of the coin to the department heads, if the papers will split, there were 9 department heads with 5 years of experience and 11 department heads with less than 5 years service. For committee meetings, there were 2 had less than 1 monthly meeting, 2 had more than 1 monthly meeting, and 16 had 1 monthly meeting. The staff members to assist in preparing for committee meetings, 7 replied over 2 members, and 13 replied 2 or less members assisted in preparing. For hours of preparation for committee meetings, 9 said they spent more than 8 hours, and 10 less than 8 hours, with 1 no answer. And for their committee workload, 15 said it was appropriate, 3 were overworked, 2 said they were underworked. And then, would combining committees save time and effort on behalf of department heads? 5 strongly agreed, 8 somewhat agreed, 5 were neutral, and 2 disagreed. I would suggest that the results of the questionnaire strongly point to no change. And I would urge you in the going forward to take that under consideration.
Supervisor Borchert.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Is there anything in your process to track the progress of this, to see if it's working or not?
Yes, so one thing that I do want to mention is that these would not be implemented until the beginning of the 2024 term. So from there, it will be up to that board at that point in time if they want to stick with that structure or go in a different direction. So they can try this out, they can talk to members of other committees or boards and see if it's working for them and go from there. But the reality is that this cannot be implemented until the beginning of the new term, and then from there, they would have to see if it works for them or not. But in our conversations with the other counties that we've conversed with, they've reported that things have gone fairly well. Their approval times have gone down, they've streamlined, supervisors get more of their time, they feel like they're getting more out of their time that they put in. So I think the main point here is making sure that we can better ourselves, and so this proposal is built for us, it was built by us, and if we implement it, I think, at least in my opinion, that, you know, while it may not be smooth sailing all the way through, nothing ever is, but I think in the long term we will see benefits from this. So one thing that I would encourage would be for chairs to talk to each other as this process kicks off, and then if the board decides that they want to maintain this at the next organizational meeting, they will adopt it and go forward.
Do us know how much time we're spending now on it, so we can gauge the difference?
So we were looking at that with the questionnaire that we put out, but there's something I can send you. Mike Collard put together a packet from the February 2022 JPS meeting that says the number of meetings that each committee has and the number of action items that they have at each one. I will be able to share that with you after the meeting.
Well, and that then would be the baseline, you could go at it and see if it's taking more time or less.
Correct, yes.
Okay, thank you.
Vice Chairman Fari.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Let me thank you for your work, and certainly want to thank you for your consideration for the Land Conservation Committee and the uniqueness of that committee. I do have a specific question, and let's address that first. In this document, everybody has this one, Ad hoc Structure Review Task Force Recommendations, County Board. Identified as number 3, Finance and Administration. If this is approved by the board, does that change the definition and requirements of the responsibility of that committee from what it is currently stated in our rule book?
So I would defer to corporate counsel about the legal interpretation for that, but from our research, the title was just the title. I know that if people would feel more comfortable with changing it to finance and possibly governance, I know that that's been floated. That's something that we could definitely discuss before voting on this at the next business meeting. But from what I understand is that what finance and administration is just personnel and finance plus with the duties of the Information Technology Committee, and then that would be that. But does corporate counsel have anything to add?
If you would, please. Perhaps you could quote what it...
Could you restate the question? I want to make sure I'm answering it.
When you're looking at a rule book,
Yeah.
look under the Personnel and Finance
24.9,
Committee
right.
and the responsibilities of that committee, as
Yes.
quoted in the rule book.
Right. So whether it's called Personnel and Finance or Finance and Administration, I mean, it's just the title of the entity. Based on my understanding of the structure, it would still have the same responsibilities and outlines as is currently referenced. Yeah.
Okay, good, thank you. Then the question back to Mr. Flume. I'm struggling a little bit with the explanation as to the change that you're proposing. And you have said repeatedly it's more efficient. Is that correct? I don't understand what would be more efficient and who benefits from being more efficient.
Well,
I mean, I think right now our 12 committees are very efficient, very responsibility, and they really represent the departments that they oversee. So if I consider the current structure efficient, why would it accept a proposal that to downsize them is more efficient?
From the
I mean,
task force's research, what we came to the conclusion of is that this proposal here would help speed up approval times. Now, by how much, I guess that will depend on the makeup of the board and whoever chairs those specific items. But from our conversations with other counties who have done a similar maneuver to what we're proposing, they have seen their efficiency, specifically in approval times of projects, go quicker. So in terms of those exacts, I can give you some documentation after the meeting, can send some stuff over to you. But that's what we came to the conclusion on, is that given the experience that other counties have had, and it is a leap, don't get me wrong, it's a leap, they have seen the benefits in the long run.
Do they all have 36 county board members?
They do not, but they run under the executive model. I know Outagamie County has 36 county board members, and they have 8 standing committees. Now, they do have some extra staff, but another idea, which we did have, is that if we look at a specific committee, particularly one that has a lot of department heads under its jurisdiction, which would be the Judiciary and Public Safety Committee, I mean, I think we run a fairly tight ship there. And so we're able to get our approvals done. We're able to make sure that we're moving through agenda items. Yes, they are longer meetings, admittedly, but we're only having one a month. And so if specific committee chairs would like to go in a different direction, have multiple meetings a month, they can do that. But we have one meeting a month, and we get everything done, and that's that. So from the perspective of the experience of the members on the task force, and additionally to the research that we've done, we've come to this conclusion, but I can give you more documentation afterwards.
I must admit, I have doubts, sir, so we look forward to the next discussion in a couple of weeks. Thank you.
Supervisor Nussbaum.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My comments apply to both task forces that we spoke today. Both of these items, I have personal preferences where I think things would be better, a little different, but these are the people that did all the work, all the research, and this is what they're coming up with. So I'm not gonna vote no because of my personal preferences, because I think they got the right data and the right program to follow.
Supervisor Stafford.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd just like to thank the task force for all the work that they've done. Just like the ad hoc for per diem, a lot of work was put into this and a lot of conversation at JPS and in their own respective ad hoc meeting that they've done as well. So I just wanted to thank you for all of that work and going through the due diligence and coming up with a new perspective. So thank you. I actually do have one comment and 2 questions. The first is the resolution that's coming forward, I believe, does specify membership of a specific committee. However, I'm taking that if we decide that we need more people because there's more work, that makeup of the committee itself could change, correct?
Yes. So at the organizational meeting, if supervisors want to go ahead and do that, they can do that then, or they can change the rules at any other meeting. And now the vote threshold would climb unless if we decide to stick with the specific enabling resolution that we had passed at the last organizational meeting. But yes, I mean, the makeup of the committees can be edited so long as we stand within the bounds of statute. So if we go through this and we think, okay, well, maybe Public Works needs a couple extra supervisors, we can do that.
Right. All right. And just 2 comments. The first is, I know we've been hearing a lot about the surveys of the supervisors. I think at this point, it's kind of a moot point. We're all going to have our own point of view on it. We're going to express it. We're going to vote. So that is the ultimate survey. And I look forward to hearing about that from each supervisor as we go forward. The next is my own perspective, and that is, as chair of Judiciary and Public Safety, we have the unique opportunity to talk about one subcommittee, if you will, that was put into JPS as of this term, and that's emergency management. And I'll tell you that if you were to sit down with Director Rasmussen, he would probably say, you know what, I feel like we're being served in a much better way than we were before. Now, it does demand that you do things differently, and you have to work with that. But, you know, as a chair, I reach out to all of our department heads and make sure that they have a voice at our committee. I make priority of that, and we look for other ways that we can communicate and support each other. As an example, emergency management, he will publish a letter for the committee, and we extend an offer to have them come to JPS. So there are other ways to approach the work, and I would say, is that more efficient in how we provide governance? You know, there are other ways that we can do this. We don't have to always sit in a meeting to relay some information that doesn't necessarily need a meeting. And so I think it's those kinds of things that we should be thinking about, definitely within this structure as well, is how we do work and making sure that it is more effective and efficient in governance. And so I think there's opportunity there. To what degree, I think that will have to play out in actual use. But I think this is a great first step for us to at least consider and be open to other approaches to doing work and accomplishing great things for those that we represent in this county. Thank you.
And if I just may add something, the city of Oshkosh every 5 years does a regularly scheduled review of their committees, commissions, and boards, and they will make recommendations and changes. And so a lot of other municipalities do that, we don't. And now we've had several instances where we've attempted to look at this, but it's not regular. And I think something like this should be regular. Now every 5 years, probably not that, but every 7 to 10 possibly. That's just conjecture. But they do these regularly scheduled reviews. We don't. We have an opportunity to do something a little bit different, and there's only one way to find out. And I think this is a good starting point for us to move into potentially a more efficient and more effective and more streamlined board. I know we talk about our frustrations about how stuff doesn't get done fast enough, but it still allows plenty of time for public input, deliberation, and making sure that everybody has to have their say.
Supervisor Gabbert.
So I sat on this ad hoc committee as the Lone Ranger because the other 4 gentlemen came from JPS. So I'm just going to make my comments. And they're my personal comments. I am worried about some of the consolidations. The one big one I'm worried about is the Board of Health, Human Services, and Parkview. I get the idea that it's public health, but I think in my mind we're going to lose the autonomy of Parkview. And those other departments are huge. And they were a board or commission. I would have left those alone. But I'm not going to make this decision by myself. So when all of you vote, just think about that. The other one I'm worried about is facilities and highway being combined. I find that an odd mix. And we will lose the autonomy of 5 people being on each committee, going down to 5 for 2 departments. There will also be longer meetings, which if they have to be longer, they will be longer. Some could go 3-4 hours. JPS is always a long meeting. I sat at one and it goes forever. I understand what we're trying to accomplish here, and I hope it works. I would have liked to see more people on the committees. And if that's an option, I think we should weigh into that. We won't know if this works until it doesn't or it does. And when the county executive came from Fond du Lac, I thought he had a good take on what they did and how it's working, and sometimes it doesn't work, but it's working. But again, they have a smaller board. So I guess I respect the fact that we had the per diem ad hoc and that I sat on this. there were a lot of discussions on ours. We went through a lot of work. The 5 of us chatted. We said yes, we said no, we said let's read some more information. We had a lot of information given to us. This is probably the best we could do. Is it perfect? No. But I like the flow of what we have right now, because you have a committee for these departments or boards or commissions, and it flows. It flows from that department had the committee, then the committee makes their decisions. Not necessarily does the board always agree, but it's a good flow of representation. I don't want to lose that. So at this point, I don't know how I'm going to vote, but I do understand that the work went into this. So I'm just saying, I hope this works the way it's laid out. We really never had a real vote by our committee. We had meetings and we talked about it and everybody said, yeah, I think that's a good idea, that's a good idea. So we never voted. But when I left the last meeting, I felt we had done the best we could do to consolidate, because that's what we were looking at. Are we going to keep this like it is or not? And I think we're going to have some super chairs. Whether you believe that or not, I think somebody who becomes a chairman of some of these future consolidations will be a super chair, and there's no way around it. So I'm saying we're going to lose some, and whether it's this board or a new board coming in, we're going to lose some good people that have done a good job. So this does not reflect against anybody, but it is what it is, and change is sometimes good. And as long as we leave the option to come and revisit this, or at rule change, if we think we need 7 versus 5, I want that to be open, that because we had to do that on some of these, as you saw, by state statutes. I just hope you keep an open mind going forward. Thanks.
Supervisor Nichols.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for your insight, Supervisor Gabbard. I'm new here. Many of us are new here. What I bring to the board, though, is 10 years of experience in local government. I value the insight of our most tenured supervisors here, because I have a lot to learn from you. And whenever I've spoken with you, you've also been open to different ways of thinking about things as well. And if not, at least listening, which is really important here. Some things that I've heard tonight were, if we make this rule, we pass it at our next meeting, doesn't take effect until the next board is seated in 2024. And the reality is this board's business ends in April of 2023 and 2024, and a new board comes in. So my first question is, if the new county board in April of 2024 chose to bring these rule changes forward at their meeting, because it's their board, could these rules take effect then based on their action, not on this board's action? And that might be a question for corporate counsel.
Absolutely. Your rules reference the fact that when the new board comes in, they can look at rules. But I know we had tried to do that in April of 2022 with a new board, and it is a monumental task, I can tell you that. So I think the thought was to try to perhaps pave the way or make things easier for the board that may be coming in. But yes, the new board could do something, but it is, as you've seen all the work and all the research, The reality is, could it get done in one session? Probably not.
The other side of that coin is they have this information at their disposal. And so my thought process is, what business do we have, does this board have, in making rules for the next county board? Just a thought to consider. Going through your presentation, I've heard it twice now. I've listened to the JPS meetings on Zoom, and one of the questions I kept asking myself is, why am I not hearing a lot of discussion and back and forth and debate about this topic at the committee level? Because I've always been taught that that's what committees are for, the work that's done there. Until I realized that the majority of the ad hoc committee is made up of JPS members. So hindsight is always 20/20, and I know that the board took that action, and I guess that's on us as a board, that we appointed a majority of the JPS committee to this ad hoc committee. Going through your presentation, I kept asking myself, why? What's the reasoning behind this? And that's what I haven't heard over and over, whether it's at the committee level or here tonight. So if you could go back to the Public Works page of your presentation. Thank you. Please tell us, please share why. Why does the committee find it beneficial to consolidate the Highway Committee and the Facilities Property Management Committee? What is the justification?
So the first thing I will mention is that all of our meetings were posted.
I
They were all
understand
public
that.
meetings, and everyone was invited to be there.
I understand.
And frankly, I find it a little bit disconcerting that not many supervisors were, but I will go into it now. The reason is because we did the research, we looked at what other counties said, we thought what worked best and what flowed best, and that's the conclusion that we came to. We thought that the two of them were nested together well. There was a question, well, should we include aviation? Should we include planning and zoning in those? And we decided no. We decided to go with these two. So looking at the evidence that we had and the research and the documents that were in front of us, which I can share with you, we decided that these two were nested best together.
Okay, but the justification that I just heard is because other counties are doing it, not what would make this work best for, why is this best for Winnebago County? That's not what I'm hearing. And I have those same concerns for the natural resources portion, where the recommendation is to combine the UW Education, Extension, and Agriculture with the Parks and Recreation Committee. Those county departments, divisions, whatever you want to call them, have very different missions. The Extension is very outward-facing, dealing with customers. Park and Recreations manages recreation programming, and Parks land and facilities. So again, what justification is there to combine those committees for Winnebago County? How does it benefit Winnebago County?
The other thing that I would mention is, number one, the research that we did, but number two, the county executive also has groups of cohorts. And these cohorts are rough groups and operating groups that the administration utilizes to make sure that they can have these streamlined meetings on their end. So it's not an exact reflection, but it is a rough draw on that cohort grouping, and we figured that this was the best cohort grouping for these two. And so that's something that we came to the conclusion that this would be the best for this grouping of these two. For Public Works, originally, we also had Land and Water in there that was pulled, given the unique nature of Land and Water's work.
Yes, and I observed that conversation watching the meetings. Justification, I guess I'm still not clear on the justification of that and how it works best for Winnebago County and our citizens. Human Services Board, Board of Health, Parkview Center. I share a lot of the concerns that have already been expressed. How does that combination best serve the residents of Winnebago County? What is the justification for that?
So even though Parkview is an enterprise, when you think of health and human services, a lot of those go hand in hand. If you look at the crisis center out near Parkview, that's with human services. If you look at the Board of Health, it's tied in with Parkview, which is health. Now, they don't operate together currently, but we figured that given when you think of health and human services, economic support, elderly support, you look at all those items, they group together well. That's why we decided to go in that direction.
And they all deal with different factors. The biggest thing that concerns me there, besides, you know, in addition to Parkview losing its autonomy, in addition to combining the Human Services and Board of Health is that the citizen membership decreases significantly on those boards, and that group of employees, those departments, they deal with citizens directly every day. They're also two of the biggest departments in the county. So I'm not sure still that I've heard a good reason why, a good justification for that recommendation. So that's where my head's at. I will be, reaching out to some of our most tenured supervisors for their insight, because change isn't always bad. Change can be a good thing, but when we're asking for this amount of change, there has to be a big reason why, and we have to be able to communicate that to not only the people in this room, but the people out in the community. I'm a strong proponent of citizen engagement on our boards and committees. And so at first sight, I view this as a consolidation of power among the board and excluding citizen input from the government that most impacts them every day. Thank you.
Supervisor Hanson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Jacob. Just quickly, I understand that change can be very difficult and it can be very deeply uncomfortable, but I ask this board to please not make the premise of your rebuttal that's the way that it's always been done. I do not see any of the changes that are being proposed with these committees is diminishing anyone's voice. You just might be talking to a greater audience and in a different room. That's all that this is. Playing off a little bit of what Supervisor Harrison said, we're not just doing this for us right now, we're doing this for what is going to be happening in the future. I get it. I might not be here in 20 years. I might not be on JPS. Someone else is going to have to learn that role, just like I did, just like Supervisor Eisen did when he served in his first term. It's going to change. Please be flexible. Just going by the argument again, that's the way we've always done it. That's not always the best model to follow. Thank you.
Supervisor Horan.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I've got a few things to say. One of them is that I do believe that history is critical. Learning from our tenured supervisors is huge. They have the background to tell us potentially how to proceed. Also, being tenured can oftentimes lead one to have difficulty with change, because this is how I've always done it. You get into a routine. When we were talking about the per diem change, we're talking about hoping to get younger people involved. When you have 15 committees, and you've got 70 slots to fill, and our dream is to have young people involved, they're going to have to find the time to fit into these committees that are 2, 4, 5 committees. And if you're doing it at 9 o'clock in the morning and you're trying to get kids to school and you're trying to get yourself organized and then get to a committee at 9 or at 4:30 or at 6, that tends to create some difficulty within the family. So I would suspect that the fewer meetings that you were able to go to, the more success we would have at having younger people get on the board. Oh, and they've got agile minds. Their minds work in a way that elderly people have difficulty with. I've got my routine, and by golly, I want to stay in my routine, and don't you come and mess with it. So that was that. Also, the potential for staff. I'm wondering about, on the committees that I am in, the directors are the people who tend to make the agendas and then come to the chairmans, and the chairmans say, yes, this is good, or let's make this change, let's make that change. And so the directors are spending time pulling that together and getting all of the information pulled together for it. And if they were combined committees, potentially they would be able to spend less time trying to get that bit organized for us. The other thing is that, as I understand it, none of the supervisors do minutes for any of these committees, and so we're also taking staff time by having 15 committees. What am I saying here? I'm saying that I think change is good. That's what I'm saying. And because I have not been the one involved in these committees, and I have not been involved in the discussion, that's on me. It's not on the people who have done the work. Thank you.
If I may add, I do take the minutes for the IT committee. So.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thanks for all the work to pull this together. It's a lot to think about. I have a couple of questions that I think are maybe important pieces. If you don't know, that's okay. So in this proposal, who would appoint members of the new Health and Human Services board or committee? I'm not sure what the term would be, but.
So it would still be the county board chair currently. Yeah.
Okay, so that would be a kind of a divergence from the way that Health and Human Services are currently treated, with that appointment being resided in the county executive. I should have looked this up, but I think when I was watching along a couple months ago when you were having this conversation, I do think I looked at the statutes that designates the power to appoint members of the Board of Health to the executive. If we have an executive, does that change then because it's no longer just a Board of Health?
No, the general statute is members of boards are appointed by the county executive. So if you have a Health and Human Services group, and it is a committee consisting of, the Board of Health, Parkview, and Human Services, if it's a committee, it would be through the chair.
Okay. Does that absolve that doesn't absolve though the statutory requirement about a doctor and nurse?
No,
Okay.
that has to be included. That's
Okay.
why it was referenced.
Okay, next, same question for land conservation then. Who's going to appoint to the Land Conservation Committee?
That's unchanged, so it would just remain as it is currently.
Okay. And does there still need to be a member of the UW Extension Committee on land conservation?
Let me check my notes. I don't think so. I think, again, because there was a change with the legislature, it specifically said there had to be at least one citizen member involved in agriculture. So, hold on and let me.
Okay.
So if I can give you a little background, Act 32 was recently signed, which
Right.
did change a little bit of how we had to look at land and water. It's actually one of the reasons why we pulled it out also. And so in terms of having somebody from UW Extension also serve on land and water, she may have that about whether or not that statute recently changed it, but she can pull that up in a second. But I can answer others while.
Okay,
while-
yeah. So my next question is, well, I guess continues to be about Health and Human Services, specifically about the inclusion of veteran services. So there's nothing here that prevents us from having a committee of jurisdiction overseeing veteran services that doesn't have any veterans on it, correct?
Yeah, no, there's not, I mean, we can do that, yeah. So currently, I mean, we don't have a Veteran Services Committee, and so Veteran Services currently sits under JPS. From what we reviewed, the statutes didn't say that there had to be a veteran on the committee that oversees the Veteran Services Department.
And so I see, like, I'm just trying to, I guess, understand a little bit about the three citizen positions. So like, position 1 is a doctor, position 2 is a nurse, position 3 isn't tied to being a veteran or having any other special.
No, from what we understood in reviewing the statutes, that third slot was just a standard citizen member. The first two is what is called a best faith and effort search to find a doctor and a nurse.
Okay. Okay, that makes sense. Can you really briefly recap why aviation is not part of the Public Works group?
So there were two things. Number one was the number of action items that aviation did have, and number two was the FAA grants. And when we were looking and we were reviewing, we decided that it would be best to leave aviation separate, mostly because of the external factors in the FAA, and that was essentially what it boiled down to.
Thanks. And that was not I wasn't trying to lead you into anything there. I also wanted to add context just for generally that of all the committees that I've ever been to, or watched, I have never seen a community of citizens attend and participate and provide such insight as I think the aviation community, the flying community, has for aviation. I think that's another important distinction that sort of separates that. And I know you mentioned the considerations for land and conservation being left alone. Is there anything more you want to say about why that was kept from consolidation?
So one of the other reasons was before Act 32 was signed, there was a question about whether or not that USDA Farm Service Agency officer is allowed to make decisions for also parks and UW Extension. That was something else that was a consideration too.
And with Act 32 being signed, does that resolve that in any way, shape, or form? That
So
land
now,
conservation could be, or?
So with land conservation now just separate, and with the Act 32 change, that only affects land conservation. So whether or not that what happens to the participation of that Farm Service Agency officer is going to be up to the committee and what statute has. It wouldn't be involved in any of the consolidation.
Okay. Okay, that sounds good. Corporation Counsel, do you have a? Okay.
I'm looking at the resolution, and it did say that, one member is a person engaged in agricultural use as defined under 91, WSStat 91.01, sub 2, A 1 through 7, and one is a citizen member. 2 members shall be members of the UW Education Extension and Agriculture Committee. So that is for land conservation. What is also interesting to note is that when you get to the Natural Resources Committee, which is UW Education Extension and Agriculture and Parks, again, it talks about consisting of 5 Winnebago County Board Supervisors, and 2 members of the committee are members of Land and Water Conservation, and 2 members are members of the UW Education and Extension.
So then I stand corrected on that. So that essentially the member sharing that currently exists in that same structure would remain, except land and water will just remain separate as it currently is and would not be involved in any consolidation. But the member sharing would still stay in place.
Okay, that makes
Yep.
sense. Thank you. So I think, change, I don't know if going along with what we've always done is always the best thing. I think one of the concerns that I'm really struggling with right now is the more we consolidate the number of committees, the more we vest in each committee, I think the longer the meetings are gonna be. We've seen some meeting lengths, creep into the 2, 3, 4 hour mark fairly consistently. And I worry about what that says if we are having, 2 and 3 hour meetings with multiple departments when we're asking staff to come and sit through, half a meeting that isn't relevant to their work and how that might play out. I think I have to grapple with that a little bit more. But I also worry about consolidating the boards to the point where the institutional knowledge on the boards becomes more important than the ebb and flow of our county boards members can really tolerate. And what I mean by that is the more technical expertise we're investing in each of these boards, to generally five members of this county board, the more those people need to be able to dive in and understand the ins and outs. What makes health and human services run? What makes aviation, what goes into those FAA grants? What's the process? How do we include the voices of our constituents and community that use these services? And we also passed a board rule at our organizational meeting that prevents supervisors from serving on a committee for more than 4 consecutive terms. And so right now, I think that's my biggest sticking point, is that I worry about consolidating these committees, creating more powerful boards, but then also saying that supervisors aren't going to be able to learn and grow on those committees, and after they get their feet wet a little bit and have a couple of terms under their belt, become more experts in often very difficult, complex subject matter that we don't all come in with a lot of expertise on. That by the time people get up to speed, they'll be term limited out of those committees. So that gives me a little pause for the way that things are constructed. I really appreciate you answering the questions and the work that the task force did. Thank you.
Supervisor Bender.
I'd like to thank the committee for all their effort and that you put into it. And my biggest concern is like the highway and the facilities, they're in 2 separate buildings. So you can take Bob Damel or Mike Elders, they're gonna go to, say Bob Damel goes to facilities. I watched their meetings, they take about 1 hour and 3/4. So Bob's gonna sit in the chair and wonder, well, when the meeting's over, then I'll do the highway report. So we just wasted 1.5 hours of that man's time sitting there. It's not like in the Coughlin Center, Adam can walk over, he's in the same building. Bob has to basically drive over to one of them buildings. The other 3, Parkview isn't nowhere near Human Services buildings, so the director of Parkview and her staff, they always have their accountant with them. They're gonna have to drive there. So we're not gonna save a lot of staff time, because the staff's gonna have to be there anyhow to fill in. And I know out of Gaming County, their finance department meets twice a month. So is this gonna cause us to start meeting 2 times a month? Or is this committee gonna say, well, we'll meet with the highway committee on the first Tuesday of the month, and we'll meet with facilities on the second Tuesday of the month? Because these meetings are taking 4 hours, and it doesn't pay for Bob Damel to sit here and wait for Mike Elders to go through his whole report. Or you're gonna get like you get in JPS, you get a synopsis of what's going on in public, the sheriff. You don't really get a report, you get a very brief overview of what's going on in that department. Like in the Parks Department, I know about how the process of the grants are. I basically know about everything that was happening with PGI. We get about an hour report from the director of what went on for the past month, so that we know the policies and procedures that we need to look at and what we need to budget for and things like that. All I can see is what I'm going to get is a very small report of about 10 minutes, and my oversight is going to be gone. I think that's one of the reasons why all these other counties got that other 0.5% sales tax, because there isn't enough oversight on the budget and the spending, so they need more money. And the money they have, Outagamie County doesn't have money right now, and they just got the sales tax 2 years ago, and it gave them $20 million, and they're scrambling where they're gonna get money to balance their budget this year. But I think it comes because they don't have the oversight of the county board looking over their financials and saying, you know, like, we had Rob Way, he wanted to give the buoys to a contractor, even though it was $15,000 more a year. He said, well, he's got 30 years of experience. The committee said, no, we're gonna give it to the low bidder, because if he can't do the work, he shouldn't have bid. He has his insurance. Well, we saved that Parks Department $75,000. You know how many years that will pay for that committee? So I just think you really have to think about what we're gonna be doing when we combine 3 departments. That's gonna be a 4.5 to 5 hour meeting. I don't think it's, you know, it's feasible. Maybe you can combine a couple of them, like we could take info systems and personnel finance, it wouldn't affect us. But I think we're trying to do too much too fast, and I think if we just step back a little bit and maybe scale it back a little bit and see how it works.
I mean, from our opinion, we think this provides for robust citizen input and oversight, but I understand that, you know, not everybody's going to agree with it. So that was our conclusion, and that was the JPS committee's conclusion as well. We have a fair number of departments under our jurisdiction at Judiciary, and we think we do a pretty good job. So it'll be up to the committees about how they want to run themselves. If they want to meet once a month, twice a month, 3 times a month, it's on them. So they'll still have administrative authority about how they want to run their organization, and they'll have to come to an agreement with the department heads under that proposal. So, yep.
So essentially, you could take the 3 health committees and they could meet 3 times a month.
If they wanted to.
They'd meet each department, just like we're doing right now. All we're gonna be doing is keeping the same supervisors in, rather than having a variety of supervisors. Like right now, the facilities and the highway department, there's 10 supervisors. They could decide to meet on the first and the second Tuesday of the month, meet the facilities on the first, highway on the second. Instead of having a group of 10, we're just gonna have 5.
So, I mean,
We didn't save
I
nothing.
mean, technically, you could do that now if you wanted to. Highway could meet 4 times a month if it wanted to, right? JPS could take every single department under its jurisdiction and have 1 meeting per department to hear an hour report on each one. So, I mean, you can do that under the rules currently. There's nothing stopping you from doing that as it is now. And even if we go down to 5 committees, I mean, there were some research projects that said we could go down to 4, right? But still, no matter the number of committees that you have, heck, even if we have 20, you could meet 4 or 5 times a month if you want to. It depends on what the chair and the membership agree on, so.
Right, well, the department head wouldn't have that much, but I'm just saying, when you have 2 departments, one of them's gonna sit there for an hour and a half waiting for the other one to do the presentation and go through the meeting. You know, I mean, they're not in the same building. You can't just walk over there. You know, either Mike Elders has to come over to the highway department and wait for the highway committee meeting to be done, or he's gonna have to sit through the meeting. I mean, it's just, it's not like when they're both in the Coughlin Center, basically the meeting's over, you can take a 5-minute break, you can go get at them, and now the parks meeting will start. Just my thought. You're gonna have to spend a lot of time.
Well, that's something that we came to the conclusion that these meetings will be longer. I mean, but department heads don't have to stay for the entire time. If you want to have a different meeting where you get a full report from the department head, you can do that. I think, you know, the way that the logistics of how these committees are going to operate is going to be down to the membership. You know, the structure here is what's best for the board as a whole, but the way that these committees govern themselves, again, like I said, Steve, will be up to them. But I appreciate your comments.
Supervisor Robinson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. All I'm concerned about is this veteran thing. Why in the world would you put that under a Human Service Board and put it into a civilian's hands? You have any idea what the VA is all about?
Well,
Do you have any idea, sir?
Sir, I haven't served myself.
Okay,
Yeah.
so then why in the world would you do that? Leave them where they're at, they're fine. You know, I mean, you have no idea what you're dealing with here. And civilians have no right to vote on what the VA thinks. Now, you know, you could go back and ask Jeff Burkholz, you know, he's the man. He knows all about this stuff on what is rights for the veterans. But do civilians know?
No, what's best for veterans is what veterans know for veterans. But what I would say is under the current structure, it's under JPS. That's also a civilian committee.
Okay, but
So
they aren't
it's under
doing
JPS
anything now,
currently.
right? But why would you put it under Human Resources? Why would you put it under that?
Currently, Veteran Services is housed in the NEDA Human Services building. Most of their work is within the boundaries of Human Services in terms of economic support and healthcare. So we figured that would be the best move. For Judiciary and Public Safety, there's not a whole lot that our committee, I mean, we don't hear from Jeff very often, and we figured a better home for him and the department would be at Health and Human Services.
Okay.
It's not punitive in any measure. It's just more about whether or not the best place for these departments are.
Supervisor
make
Cox.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. You have 4 enterprise committees, okay? Why aren't they all 4 independent, since they run their own business, they have their own finance? They should more or less do their own thing. And it would seem to me with Parkview having licensing issues and whatever that they need to deal with, that they would want to stay independent rather than be bunched in with Human Services and the Board of Health. They have CNAs, they have, housekeeping, they have, various other things that they have to do to keep their licensing for that unit.
I mean, well, currently it just changes how you interface with the board. It doesn't change the way Parkview operates day to day. The licensing that Parkview has to go through wouldn't change. Currently, the only thing that would change in that structure, if they're an enterprise or not, would be how they interface with the board.
Could I finish, please?
Go for it.
Thank you. Parkview sits away from Human Services and sits away from the Board of Health. They have to come in and do their thing, or the Board of Health has to go out by them to do theirs in order to have their meetings and whatever. But all of these others, including the highway, are all independent as well. There's a thing that Ms. Gabbard alluded to when she said flow, the flow of things. People can get used to the flow of things. That's process. We've had to deal with problems with process breaking down, people not knowing what direction to take certain paperwork and bring certain things in, do certain things properly. It's the same thing with running from a committee over to P&F and then bringing it on to the board. A lot of this is part of process that you're kind of muddling up with putting them in various other groups. I have a rough time finding anything really good about at the last minute, at the end of our term, we're going to completely scramble all of the committees and then leave it up to the next group of people coming in to try to figure it out.
Ultimately, this was months of research. This was a lot of time, right? Let me finish now.
I can see.
Morris,
no,
let me
I am
finish
not
now.
finished, sir.
Okay.
I can see that maybe it's a little bit inflexible and it's being dashed on us too quick. And it would be kind of nice to be able to get a little comfortable with the way things are, but not throw it all out of whack with all of the highway in with the facilities. We've got the clerks coming over with P&F now. Okay.
From our research, we figured that the county clerk would be better housed under the Personnel and Finance Committee. We looked at what other counties did, and we also, when push came to shove, we figured that it would be a better home given the administrative function of the clerk. And so what we were trying to do is put together a good process. The approval process does not change. It goes from the committee to the board as it is there. So we had months of meetings, months of research. Everybody was invited to come and put forward their perspective. Members did come, and they did have their perspective adopted to the people who did come. So that's, we did a lot of work through this, and so we're going to keep looking at it, and I appreciate your thoughts and your input.
Supervisor Defferding.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to answer the question of, why are we doing this? And it's a fair question. It's a very, very, very fair question. The number one reason why is we just simply have to constantly examine whether we are being efficient with our procedures and efficient with our protocol. And if there's inefficiencies, then we should correct it. That's just simply what is best for local government. And in our previous task force meetings, we actually did in one of the reports, there was an intern that actually Mike Collard kind of dispatched to take a look at how many meetings each department had or were attending, how many committee meetings they had, and how many action items that they had within a year, within 2021. And a perfect example is there was the IS committee, now the IT committee. They only had one action item throughout the entire 12 months of 2021. Furthermore, as Supervisor Flom mentioned, we had a microfilm microfilm committee. What was that? What does it even do? So it perhaps it was best for us to take a look at this and be like, okay, maybe we could start being a little bit more efficient with our time and not just simply create committees or keep old committees stagnant. And so this was just simply a part of us just making sure that we're operating accordingly. Now, maybe about 5 months ago or so, I actually ran into our former board chair, Dr. Shiloh Ramos, and I explained to him exactly what we're taking a look at what we're doing. And he was indeed in support of what we were doing, of just simply examining our committee structure, seeing if there's inefficiencies, and if there's inefficiencies, then we make them more efficient. We're just simply correcting them. And oftentimes, it just simply requires us to take a step back and being like, okay, what does this committee look at? What does this committee apply to? Let's take a look at the 5 basic groups of operations of county board government, and I feel that that's absolutely necessary, just like how the city of Oshkosh does it every 5 years. It's a constant critique because county government is revolving and evolving every term. So this is just simply a way for us to see if there's any changes that need to be made. And if there isn't any changes that need to be made, then we won't make them. But we have had the Fond du Lac County executive come in, and he took a look at our county operations, and he was like, I see no reason for us to bring this down to 6 committees. And he gave his reasons why. We ultimately, after some feedback from our, not just simply our staff, but others, department heads and supervisors, and we ultimately decided to go with the structures that that was presented to you today. One of that was keeping the Solid Waste Management Board as is, so that they have the autonomy that they like, and that they're able to operate as they always have done. And also just input in regards to the Aviation Committee. Admittedly, I was one of those supervisors that did make a motion to put the Aviation Committee into Public Works. It died without a second. I respect that. But that was my personal opinion on it. Still, though, that was part of the process. That was just part of the task force process and the committee structure process. So this is just simply us finding out how we can benefit the people a little bit better. If when it comes to the length of these meetings, how long it goes, Jake Curtis from Ozaukee County, formerly Ozaukee County, now works for Atolis Law, employed by the WCA. He did mention about how because of that, what a lot of committees in Ozaukee County has done is that instead of just spending literally 30 minutes just quibbling over little things here and there, they decided to look at the big spending items, and because that is exactly what they're there for, the big policy and budget things that directly apply within their purview. So there was already kind of an incentive for them there to be efficient with their time and say, okay, what's the most important thing that we need to address? We will put that on the agenda. And if there's anything else that needs to be addressed, then you can do that. But that's how they were able to prioritize their time a little bit better. So that's these are very valid concerns. I'm not dismissing them. We all took that into account with our decisions and with how we presented our committee structure today. So I just wanted to address those questions. Thank you.
Supervisor Stafford.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll try to make this brief because I just got a notification on my watch for bedtime. So I will try to be brief, but I do want to just point out a couple of things just for clarity's sake. The reason why JPS had this in the first place was because the resolution was referred to JPS, and I thought that it needed more detailed study than just a conversation at JPS. So we recommended that a separate effort be set aside to look at that. So that's why that was set up that way. And I just want to reiterate that this ultimately is a recommendation for the next board. We're not setting the rules for the next board. But there's a logical fallacy here of circular logic that I just want to make sure that everyone understands. And that is, well, we really shouldn't be doing any work. It should be the next board. But the next board starts, and as most of us know, especially who are new, for the organizational meeting, it's overwhelming. And you're not in a position to make such significant fundamental changes. More study, more work has to be done. So we would never actually do any change in that scenario. Because we would say, oh, we can't look at what the next board, next board comes in, oh, we don't know any of this, or we're not comfortable with this. So you're feeding that over and over again. That's what I mean by the circular logic. Just thinking about JPS, the one thing I will say, and I would say that everyone except for Corporation Counsel, because they actually stay through the entire thing. So don't ask Mary Ann about this. But all of the other department heads, as chair, I work with them to make sure that we get them in early and quickly. I will tell you that of a JPS meeting, the first hour to hour and a half is pretty much department head work. After that, then we're talking about resolutions, which honestly are mostly just supervisors. So there are ways to approach this where you're not having a department head sitting through the entire meeting. And I think as a chair, that's important because we have to respect these people who really do the work of the county. I mean, we just get to get here and talk. They actually have to do a lot more than just that and listen to us go on and on. So I think there are ways to approach that and to be respectful of those who work within. I know there was a comment about there wasn't much debate or much conversation about this at JPS. I'll tell you that there were, because changes were made as a result of Vice Chair Fari. I know that Chair made some comments. I know Supervisor Cox also made some comments. But it's a two-way street. If you want conversation at committee, you have to go to the committees. Everyone was available, or we made it available. I know the ad hoc also, I think Supervisor Flom, every time that we met as a board during committees updates, he'd say, hey, we're meeting X, Y, and Z. So those were all disclosed. So some of that actually has to go on us. And I'm not saying you, I'm saying us. We have to participate in these opportunities if we want discussion. And that goes with this concept that this was dashed on us. I mean, we've been talking about this, honestly, since April of last year. I don't know how you can say it's been dashed on us. There was ad hoc committees that this hit JPS at least 3 times. And we've set aside tonight to start digging through this as well. So I think that there's been ample opportunities. Now, we may decide we're not ready for it. That's a whole other thing. But I think it's a disservice to those who really put in the work to say that this is somehow being rushed. I mean, it may be uncomfortable. We may not be ready. Those are good conversations to have. But they've been given a lot of opportunities. And the last is about the veterans. Altman, and I'll just say this much. JPS right now is the committee of jurisdiction for the Veterans Affairs. And I am not a veteran. I did not serve. But I'll tell you right now, I'm still committed to make sure that we take care of our veterans. And I listen to the Veterans Affairs. And in fact, one of the first things that we said as a committee is we want to be a partner with you. So when he needs something, we listen. And I think that's the important part. And I think anyone, both a service member or not, has to respect that in terms of listening to Veterans Affairs in all that they do. So,
and if I just may add, the Veteran Services Commission is going nowhere. With just the jurisdiction that the department head reports to shifts. The commission itself, we didn't even touch it. So the Veteran Service Commission is going nowhere. Yeah.
Supervisor Powers.
Sorry for the confusion on that.
Thank you, Chairman Egan. And this will be brief. This will probably be under a minute. I was looking at the Health and Human Services portion, and you mentioned there has to be, on the citizens, 1 doctor and 1 nurse. What you failed to mention is that it's also required that there has to be 1 consumer of human services. That consumer can either be self-consumer or a guardian caretaker for someone who's receiving services. And again, as Mr. Chairman or Supervisor Robinson said, there is nobody who's a veteran unless you happen to have a veteran doctor, a veteran nurse, or a veteran who's receiving services from human services. That's it. Thank you.
So when we read into statute, the question about veteran services was just more of a logistical lateral transfer of where the department head reports to. We didn't find anything in statute. The only body that, from at least what we understand, that has that stipulation as a requirement is the Veteran Service Commission, which is not being tinkered with at all. That stays as it is. Now, there's that third option for a consumer of the Health and Human Services, and that would be slot number 3, so it's as defined by statute. So that may not have been laid out explicitly in this document, but in the rule that will be included.
Vice Chairman Farhi.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think my comments I'll withhold until the next meeting. Thank you.
Supervisor Nichols.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have a question. I'm not sure if Supervisor Flom can answer it, or if it should be directed to corporate counsel. Currently, on the Human Services Board, let me back up. Currently, there are 4 supervisors who serve on both the Human Services Board and the Board of Health. Now, thinking back to an experience I had, I was originally nominated to do that as well, to be on Human Services Board and the Board of Health, but my name was pulled at the last minute from the Board of Health. And I think that may have something to do with the fact that I live in a jurisdiction that has its own public health department. Am I correct about that?
Yes. I don't know why your name was pulled, but I can tell you in the resolution that would attach to this committee structure, it specifically indicates that Health and Human Services Board includes Winnebago County Human Services Board, Winnebago County Board of Health, Parkview Health Center, and Veterans Services, all right? And then it references the statute, and and this is the proposed resolution. The committee consists of 9 members, 6 of whom are Winnebago County supervisors and 3 members who are citizens. It says all appointed by the Winnebago County Executive and confirmed by the Winnebago County Board of Supervisors. Now, the chair of Health and Human Services shall be a Winnebago County Board Supervisor. Now, this is what we talked about. At least 1 member of the board should be a physician and registered nurse, and if unable to locate, a good faith effort to appoint a physician assistant and nurse practitioner or both. And speaking to Supervisor Powers' point, additionally, 1 member shall be an individual who receives or has received services from the Human Services Departments or a family member of the same. And then it goes on to talk about what the board is going to be consisting of. So the way it is proposed right now, the committee would consist of 9 members, 6 who are county board supervisors, and 3 citizen members.
Yes, and so my question relates to whether or not there is state statute or something else that governs whether or not a supervisor that resides in a jurisdiction that already has a public health department can serve on the Board of Health, because if that is the case, then that would mean some of us would be excluded from serving on that new board.
There are 3 statutes that pertain to this, and I cannot give you the answer off the top of my head.
Mm-hmm. And that's why I'm asking that question now, so we can get to the answer before September.
And that's
the next
your
meeting.
impression?
Yes, that is my impression. I don't know if it's fact or just my impression.
Can I ask you what your impression is based on?
Just the fact that it happened, that 4 supervisors currently serve on both the Board of Health and Human Services Board. And that is originally what I was nominated to do as well, but mine was the name that was pulled. And the only thing that made logical sense to me was that I live in Menasha. We have our own public health department, therefore I couldn't serve on the county health department as well.
I can look into the statutes.
Great, thank you.
Supervisor Buck.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you Supervisor Flom, Eisen, Gabbert, Hanson, and Defferding for putting this together. Superb presentation here. And my apologies for not participating in some of the ad hoc committee meetings. My question is, when you decided to consolidate some of these committees, did you consult the department heads? I'm just going to go with the highway and facilities and ask Director Elder and the County Highway Commissioner Damel if they thought this was a good plan moving forward. Was that ever done?
So we did reach out to all of them in terms of a questionnaire. All of them, were noticed that these meetings were happening. In terms of direct outreach, that was something that we did debate upon because we were wondering whether or not that the specific department heads would be comfortable with answering a rather point-blank question. And so that was a consideration that we debated on, and we ultimately decided to stick with the form of a questionnaire, which would allow for anonymity. But, sometimes there were some telling signs in those. So that was our method of outreach, was a questionnaire.
Sure. No, a good call on the polling. And then, I don't know, I might have missed a phone call from one of you, but did you reach out to the other committee chairs of, Highway, Parkview, Human Services, Board of Health, and say, hey, we're going to consolidate your committee? What do you think about that? You think that you have the capacity to do that? Do you think that you have the expertise to do that? I mean, did you guys proceed with any of that?
We, again, went with the questionnaire. We thought it was the most efficient and, the best route to go down, considering that, number one, anonymity was afforded, and it was the most efficient way to go forward with this, and also to kind of keep in with some quorum rules additionally.
But that wasn't in the questionnaire of, we're going to consolidate X or Y committee, correct? That wasn't, it was.
We were looking for what your opinions were, right? And we did have drafts of committee options published in the packets when we had these additional task force meetings. And so maybe I should have done a better job and told everybody here are the three options we were thinking about. But that's the course we decided to go down.
Sure. It seems like there's some movement here for maybe some of the committees, but just a few of my thoughts. And again, thank you for your work. Appreciate it.
Supervisor Gabbard.
Yeah, I know, you don't want to hear from me anymore. So, to me personally, to answer Supervisor Buck, I didn't think it was appropriate for me to reach out to department heads, but they reached out to me and kept asking, what's being consolidated? We don't think this is going to work. And I go, I really don't want to take that into the meeting because we were trying to be unbiased when we were putting this together. Whether they don't think it'll work, I now think about that, and that's on my mind. But I never reached out because I didn't think that was the right thing to do.
But my staff did reach out when we were putting this resolution together in terms of the various committees, and we spoke with all of the department heads whose committees were on that with the proposed language. And I know Tori, I believe Melanie did it on occasion as well. So I can tell you our office did reach out. Now, did we say, are you in favor of this or not? We just said, this is the language, do you have any problems with it? So.
And the other item is when we were making kind of our deliberations and recommendations, we didn't want to give people loads and loads of stuff that would continue to change. The object was we put this on the agenda and people can come to the meeting if they want and listen to the discussions there. We didn't want to give department heads and other supervisors drafts upon drafts upon drafts of things that kept changing.
I'll be the last one because I'd have to say something in one. Supervisor Flom. Oh yeah, hold on, I got to go back here. Supervisor Dowling is on Zoom. Then I'll go back. Supervisor Dowling?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I very much appreciate hearing everyone's comments tonight. I did want to point out a very funny article that I would recommend to everyone called from Harvard Business Review, and the title of the article is called Stop the Meeting Madness. And the article kind of goes through how no one really likes meetings. In fact, typically when people get together with their family members or loved ones, that's what we complain about. And one of the quotes in the article says, meetings are essential for enabling collaboration, creativity, and innovation. They often foster relationships and ensure proper information exchange. They provide real benefits, but why would anyone argue in defense of excessive meetings, especially when no one likes them much? The article does continue on, so I won't read the whole thing. But just personally trying to go through all of the recordings from all of our meetings on the YouTube channel, it is exhausting. Even trying to listen to the meetings at 1.5 speed to kind of quicken things up and delete the ums in conversation, we're still talking about a 1 or 2 hour watch time, and it's just impossible. So I am in favor of this just to reduce the taxation on us and our personal lives. And I would also like to point out the fact that it's 11 o'clock at night. Thank you.
Good night.
Okay, motion made and seconded to adjourn. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed, carried. Just remember, you'll get it next time.